Professor Holden, and distinguished panelists and also participants here with us and online. Welcome you all to ICA's 2022 Annual Conference on the U.S.-China relations in 2023 after U.S. midterm election and then China's 20th Party Congress. My name is Nong Hong. I am the Executive Director of the Institute for China-American Studies. ICAS is an independent think tank based in Washington. Our job is to facilitate exchange of ideas and research on many of the key issues affecting and also concerning the China-U.S. relations that need a mutual greater understanding. Before we start, I would like to thank our co-organizers and also long-term partner institutions, the National Institute for the South China Sea Studies from China, and also China Institute, University of Alberta in Canada, and also Carter Center that we have been working together for many of our past events. When we put together this program and try to recall our previous annual conference, and it's interesting to know that all these individual respective conference timing has been very significant. For example, in December 2020, we talk about the U.S. prospect of U.S.-China relations after U.S. presidential election. And then we talk about the hope that President Biden will return the bilateral relations back to a more normalized track of engagement and dialogue. And then in December 2021, we talk about the U.S.-China relations under Biden administrations, and then we explore whether the expectation has been achieved over his 11 months presidency. And I recall that last year at our annual conference, our U.S. and Chinese specialists reached many consensus. For example, that neither country present a threat to the other, despite many of the irreconcilable difference and divergence interests between the two. And we also agree that there is high interest in engagement on less politicized issues on private sectors and emerging engagement. And certainly it's also agreeing that trade, technology, and climate change cooperation on these areas will actually provide solutions to some of the global problems that are not resolvable without a meaningful U.S. and China collaborations. So a year after today, are these consensus still existing? And we try to understand this question. On October 12th, the U.S. released a national security strategy, and the language is different from the Obama administration's 2015 national strategy when Biden was the vice president. When referring to China, I quote, the United States welcomes the rise of a stable, peaceful, and prosperous China. And those words are already gone. So in this new national security strategy, when referring to China, it reads, we will prioritize maintaining an enduring competitive edge over China, end quote. So this new document blasts China for trying to become the world's leading powers. Pretty simply, I think the Biden administration's new strategy is a 180-degree turn from its previous Democratic administration. So instead, this new document actually affirms, at least from my understanding, from what Trump administration first concluded in its 2017 strategy, great power competition has returned. So in this 2022 annual conference, we're looking forward to discuss what will the China-U.S. relations hold for 2023 after U.S. midterm election and also after China's 20th Party Congress. We're looking forward to our distinguished panel discussion on this topic. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Wu Shiquan to give his opening remark. Dr. Wu served as the chair of the advisory board of ICAS, and he's also the founding president of China's National Institute for the South China Sea Studies, and also chairman of board of directors of the China Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea. Dr. Wu is the leading expert on maritime studies with a focus on the South China Sea. Dr. Wu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Hong Nong, Your Excellency, Minister Jin Chuan, former Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and the Pacific Affairs, Ms. Susan Thornton, and also Professor Gordon Holden, my old friend, Dennis Simon, Mark Swain, Professor Huang Jin, and Professor Dawi. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to our American participants and good evening to our Chinese participants. Now, please allow me to express my warm greetings and welcome to all who have joined this annual conference of the Institute for China-American Studies today. Currently, in its 8th year, it has been 8 years since the establishment of the ICAS in Washington, D.C. The ICAS has established itself as a fresh voice in Washington, D.C. think tank community, and I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to ICAS for the organization of this important conference. The ICAS annual conference today is special, significant, and timely. It comes at a time when the China-US relationship is still failing to move beyond negative legacy of the Donald Trump years. It also comes at a time of dedicated domestic political events on either side of the Pacific. Just last week, as we know, President Xi Jinping was elected to a 3rd term in office, and a new Central Committee and the Politburo were selected too. What does the composition of the new Politburo Standing Committee mean from a U.S. China relationship perspective, as well as from economic reform and opening up a standpoint? I'm sure many of my American friends would like to know the answer to that question. Meantime, next week, the US midterm elections will be held. As such, we don't know the result as yet, but whatever be the result, it will have important implications for US-China relations in 2023, as well as for President Joe Biden's re-election chances in 2024. At the Chinese end, we are following the developments closely and are keen to understand how our American friends analyze the state of US domestic politics and the implications for US-China relations going forward. Speaking of President Joe Biden, it seems to me that he has spent the better part of the past 2 years investing, aligning, and competing against China. As a result of his zeal to shape the strategic environment along China in the Pacific, Asia Pacific, and beyond. The hoped-for detente between United States and China after the Donald Trump years has failed to arrive. Pursuing avenues of cooperation with Beijing seems to be an afterthought at best for President Joe Biden. So I hope this approach towards China will change after the midterm elections. The United States and China are not a democracy and autocracy. They fated to indulge in extreme competition. Rather, they are two major countries that share an important responsibility to mutually uphold peace, prosperity, stability in Asia and the world. The immense challenges to the global governance, such as climate change, virus control, economic recovery, and regional security management, require dedicated high-level mutual commitment on the part of Beijing and Washington. It is my hope that the two sides will once again re-establish contacts damaged by the regrettable Pelosi visit to Taiwan, and will summon the resolve to work constructively to tackle these common challenges between us. President Xi Jinping has made the suggestion that the two sides should adopt a peaceful coexistence, no conflict, no confrontation, bottom line, and sincerely adhere to it. For his part, President Joe Biden has spoken of the need to manage strategic risks responsibly and equip the relationship with the common sense guardrails to ensure that the competition doesn't veer into conflict. The two sides, I mean China and United States, should use their respective approaches as a common bottom line and build a relationship of constructive and cooperative coexistence on this foundation in the years ahead. Returning to the China-US relationship to the normal track of constructive dialogue and cooperation is not only the direct choice, it is the only choice. So I hope that in the course of restoring the relationship to the track of dialogue and cooperation, Mr. Biden will speak in a more measured tone of voice and language on the Taiwan question. In conclusion, it is my hope that this annual conference will throw up vibrant new ideas and solutions to the many challenges being faced within this all-important relationship, both currently and in the years ahead. Like the relationship that was forged 50 years ago by Chairman Mao and President Nixon, I hope this conference will also inaugurate an infusion of fresh thinking and articulate a new paradigm of ties that could rehabilitate, revive, and relaunch the China-US relationship on a stable track for the next quarter century, if not longer. Finally, I wish the ICAS annual conference a complete success. Thank you very much. Dr. Hongnong, the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. for your remark and also kind words about the ICAS annual conference. And I certainly share your views that the two countries work together to reestablish their contact and also build a relation of constructive cooperating coexistence in the years ahead. Now, please join me in welcoming Minister Jing Chen from the Embassy of China in the United States, and also Professor Susan Thornton from Yale Law School for the Keynote Dialogue. And this Keynote Dialogue will be moderated by Professor Gordon Holden, who has kindly flown from Canada to Washington to hold this dialogue. Professor Holden is the Director Emeritus of China Institute, University of Alberta in Canada. So prior to his academic work in U of A, he was the former Director General of the East Asia Bureau of Canada Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. Gordon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hong Long, and also appreciated the remarks by Mr. Sun. Thank you. It's my great pleasure today to follow up on your brief introduction to say a few more things about our keynote speakers. And first, turning to Jing Chen, the Minister of the PRC Embassy in Washington. Jing Chen is the third-ranking diplomat of the Chinese Embassy in the United States. From 1998 until 2002, he was attaché and third secretary at the Chinese Embassy in Thailand. From 2002 to 2009, he served as third secretary and deputy division director at the Department of North American and Oceania Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing. During this period, Jing Chen was a visiting scholar at the Brookings Institute in the United States from 2004 to 2005. And from 2009 to 2011, he served as deputy director of the political section of the Chinese Embassy in the United States. From 2011 to 2016, he was division director and counselor at the Department of North American and Oceania Affairs at the MFA in Beijing. And then from 2016 to 2017, he was the counselor at the General Office of the State Council. He served as Deputy Director General at the Department of North American and Oceania Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before coming to Washington. And now I'd like to provide more detail on Susan Thornton. the counterpart keynote speaker, who is senior fellow at the Paul Tsai China Center at Yale Law School. Ms. Thornton is a retired senior U.S. diplomat with almost three decades of experience in the U.S. State Department in Eurasia and East Asia. She's currently senior fellow at the Yale Law School and also is a director of the Forum on Asia Pacific Security at the National Committee on American Foreign Policy and a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. From July 2018, Ms. Thornton was acting assistant secretary for East Asia and Pacific Affairs at the Department of State and led East Asian policymaking amid crises with North Korea, escalating trade tensions with China, and a fast-changing international environment. In previous State Department roles, she worked on U.S. policy towards China, Korea, the former Soviet Union, and served in leadership positions in U.S. embassies in Central Asia, Russia, the Caucasus, and China. We have a very talented team of two. I'd now like to turn to Minister Jing Chen for his keynote remarks. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's so glad to see so many old friends, so many good friends here. And this is my second time working in the United States, but the feeling is different from several years ago. It's here, the atmosphere here, political atmosphere is more cold. And work is quite difficult and challenging. And people more focus on competition, threat, or challenge. And I think many years ago, when I worked in the political section in Chinese embassy, we have differences, definitely. Every day we debate, we demarche on different topics. But I think the main focus is still on coordination, exchange, cooperation, dialogue. Or currently, I think the focus here just move to how to prepare for the worst case scenario, how to compete, how to cope with those so-called challenges from the other side. So I will say, our policy toward the United States has been very consistent. So we just had the party congress. So from the report, many people say that there's some change. China's policy has some change, but I see more continuity, consistency, and stability. I've been working on this relations for exactly 20 years. And my feeling is that our policy toward the US is always consistent. So we always want to have a stable, sound, healthy relations with the United States. That's our sincere hope. That's our intention, true intention. At the same time, we firmly safeguard our legitimate interests, security, economic, and the sovereignty interests. So some people say, China's getting more and more assertive in recent years. I will argue that it's not China becoming more assertive, but China's approach is like we are more willing to use our increasing capability to defend, safeguard our legitimate interests. And but in nature, it's defensive. It's not offensive. We will not invade other countries, bully other countries, occupy the territory of other countries. We'll treat other countries big, small, all equally. But when our interests be hurt by other countries, no matter big or small, we will definitely push back, fight back without hesitation, without any illusion. So I think that's some sort of change of the approach. But I would say that that's totally just for defensive. And domestically, our top priority is still development. We want to give better life to our people. And outside, we want to have a stable strategic environment. We want to have more and more friends. And so we really hope to have a good, sound relationship with the United States. But currently, we have to answer 3 questions. First question is, do we still see each other as friends, working partner, and a stakeholder? Or we see each other from bottom part as a competitor, challenge, as a long-term, the most serious challenge, threat, or rival or even enemy. If we still believe we are friends, that's one case. We still have hope. But if we sincerely believe we're enemies, we want to always prepare for the worst. That's another case. That's the more dangerous. So, but from bottom of heart, my belief is still, my answer to this question is we're friends. We're still friends. Otherwise, how can you explain last year, even against the background of COVID? Okay, we have 750 billion US dollars trade volume. How can you explain that every year we have 240 billion bilateral investments? How can you explain, that's even before the COVID, we have over 5 million people-to-people exchange. How can you explain that we have set up 284 pairs of sister cities and provinces? So we should show respect to each other, treat each other in a more constructive and respectful way, treat each other like friends. The second question is that, do we still want to have cooperation, or we want to have more decoupling? So my answer is cooperation, not decoupling. So many people maybe believe that China's growing up and China become more strong, and China does not need us, and we don't need each other. We want to set up more parallel system, and we don't want to rely on the other side. But from the very beginning of our diplomatic relations, that's 4 decades ago, U.S. has money, U.S. has technology. China, we have market, we have labor. So we are natural working partner. And recent years, something has changed. Maybe China's labor cost has also increased dramatically. Some factories may move, U.S. factories, enterprises, they just move out. That's quite natural. But the basic structure of cooperation, I think, has not changed. We still need each other. If we really want to find some new areas of cooperation, we can do that. We can explore more. For example, fighting against the cancer and elderly care industry, and even national park and public health, fighting against the COVID, climate change, counter-narcotic, and those regional issues, global issues. So many issues we can cooperate. If we cooperate, we make the world safe. If we cooperate, if we work together, we can make money. And we can give better life to each other country. So we should always cooperate, focus on cooperate. That doesn't mean we don't have differences. Definitely, we are different. U.S. has differences with U.S. allies, neighboring countries. So we have differences with our neighboring countries. We're good friends. It's quite natural. We're just different. We don't need to pretend to agree with each other on some topic. We don't need to force the other side to accept our own views, values. We don't need to convince the other side, always try to convince the other side. We're just different. But our priority is to focus our own domestic problems. So some people say, China is the biggest threat to U.S. I would say the biggest threat to U.S. is U.S. itself. We should always focus ourselves on our domestic issues, give better life to our people. On that basis, we find more new area of overlapping interests, have new cooperation. I think that's the basic approach we should have. And then the third question we should ask is, we want peace or we want war? I don't think China, US, we should fight with each other. I don't think that's a must. We have a vast Pacific Ocean between China and the United States. We don't have any problem, disputes over sovereignty issues. There are only 2 scenarios we may go into war. One is a third-party reason, like 1950s Korean War, Vietnam War. Maybe in the future, Taiwan. Taiwan is part of China, but you can consider, that lead to the two countries into a unnecessary conflict. Maybe some other third party. And the second scenario is some unexpected incident, like air collision, ship collision in the South China Sea, some unexpected incident. But I will argue that those issues, the two scenarios, through our diplomatic efforts, negotiations, communications, reduce misunderstanding, miscalculation, set up rules of engagement, we can prevent. It's something avoidable. It's not a must. Some people argue that, we're already in the new Cold War. Partly, maybe in some regional affairs, in UN affairs, but not all, not trade, not people to people, not, other subnational cooperation. So I would say, but China has 1/5 population of the world, plus US population, we have 1/4. So if 1/4 of the whole world population goes to conflict, confrontation, separation from each other, if China-US relations become something like US-Russia relations, US-Soviet Union relations, who can really benefit from that kind of scenario? No one benefits, everybody lose. So what does that mean to the region, to the world? So we should take steps, actions, to stop that kind of negative trend. Otherwise, in a few years, we may really find we're in the situation of so-called new Cold War. We should prevent that kind of worst case scenario. And there are 2 points I feel quite concerned. And one is public opinion. Recent 2 or 3 years, both sides, public opinion toward each other, it's getting worse and worse. American people, Chinese people, they're great people. They should always like each other, not hate each other. And there are 3 echo chambers. One is between social media and the individuals. And the other is between public opinion, so-called public opinion and official comments. And the third is between China and the US. It's rhetoric, actions, strong words. It's a sort of tit for tat situation. So those 3 echo chambers reinforce people's belief that maybe the other side has some evil intention against me. So we have to prepare for the worst, and we should always prepare for a potential fight. So the public opinion getting worse. The second is, the communication issue. For 3 years, almost 3 years, there's no direct travel communication. It's COVID. I ask many friends here, what is your last trip to China? Many people answer, it's 2019. It's almost 3 years ago. So we, because no lack of direct communication, there are more and more misunderstanding. People like to believe what newspaper, social media tell them. So they don't have their own conclusion. So sometimes there's misunderstanding, and the rhetoric become even harsh, even tough against each other. So I think as government official, we should always not just follow those so-called public opinion. Say that's the public opinion we should follow. We should say something they like. We should do something they like. We should always lead, educate the public opinion. We should let them know what is the truth. What is the true story? What is the real picture? What is the line of our policy? We should tell them, lead them, not let the public opinion kidnap, diplomacy, hijack diplomacy. And second, I should encourage more and more communication, no matter it's a Zoom, a virtual meeting, and we encourage more and more such kind of direct travel. Recently, some scholars already paid visits to China, and next week we will have some important people come to New York after the Track 2 dialogue. So I would say that's quite encouraging. And we will encourage more and more such kind of direct communication. And definitely, we hope that when the COVID gone, and we can resume normal people-to-people exchange and just improve the environment for the relations, reduce miscalculation, misjudgments, and increase cooperation, coordination, and exchange. Fundamentally, I think China, US, we should always shake hands with each other. We can debate, we can have differences, but we should always shaking hands firmly with each other, work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jing. And I'm now going to turn directly to Ms. Thornton for the second keynote address. The floor is yours, Susan.
Well, thank you so much, Gordon and Jingchuan. It's excellent to be here with my old friends. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I have my class today. So thanks to Zoom, which is a benefit of COVID-19, I guess, I'm still able to be with you today. I've known Gordon and Jingchuan for a long time. Jingchuan, I think all three of us actually were working on in Beijing, and Gordon on Canadian-China relations, and me on U.S. China relations, and Jingchuan also in Meidasa working on U.S. China relations for that was like 15 or 20 years ago. So we've known each other a long time. And I know that Minister Jingchuan is a very good diplomat. And that's important because people in the United States and people in China and actually people in the world expect us to avoid conflict and find ways to get along together. And it is our diplomats that have the knowledge and the skills and the perspective that I hope are going to help us do that. And I really appreciate Minister Jing's candor today. You know, when I look out, I see that the world is facing a lot of challenges: war in Ukraine, economic turmoil, energy and food shortages, and health crisis, and climate change, and a lot of instability and unpredictability in the world. And in the past, you know, the US and China would have worked together to try to mitigate such problems, not as some kind of G2, not as some kind of attempt to take over you know, the global leadership, but just because they're both important, big economies, big countries, and they feel, I think, a responsibility to global leadership. But now, as Minister Jing has so clearly laid out, we seem to have decided that each other are representing a vital threat to our security. And that is leaving the world not only leaderless, but also actually caught in the turmoil of this geopolitical confrontation, which, you know, is not a good place for the world to be in at the moment. Of course, you know, we each have our complaints about the other, as Minister Jing rightly said. But what I worry about now is that it seems like rather than just having complaints, we actually fear one another, or we are being told that we should fear one another. And, you know, I think complaints about each other, differences, those are natural. Many of the complaints, I think, are justified. But I have to say that these fears that are being sown are being exaggerated. And I think that is going to be extremely difficult to reverse engineer. And it's extremely dangerous. You know, COVID-19, as was mentioned, it's been a major contributor, in my view, to the deterioration in U.S.-China relations. Major contributor. I don't think people have appreciated enough the impact of COVID-19. If we had not had COVID-19, where would we be in U.S.-China relations today? We would be, I submit, in a very different place. And so let's maybe remember that was an exogenous shock that, you know, reasonably cannot be laid at the feet of some kind of purposeful launch of an event, but it's just an naturally occurring phenomenon that happened and is a coincidence. But without that COVID-19 shock, we would be in a very different place. Now, I'm not a government official. I cannot represent the Biden administration's policy, obviously, but I do want to talk for a minute about the national security strategy, which Nong mentioned, which I understand has had a lot of resonance in China and a lot of negative resonance in China, and maybe give a slightly different gloss on it. You know, the Biden national security strategy, which was released recently, Nong said it's a reversal of the previous Democratic national security strategy. But I don't think that that is a very fair way to look at it, because of course, in the intervening period, we had another national security strategy, which was the Trump administration's national security strategy. And that's the one that declared strategic competition with China to be the focus of U.S. policy. So the Biden national security strategy coming from that place, you know, on the other hand, acknowledges the tension between this competition, which is a focus of their strategy, it's true, but it acknowledges the tension between that and the need to address global challenges, you know, the pandemic, climate change, economic uncertainty, all the things that people in America care about. And I don't think most Americans, and if you go certainly outside of Washington, D.C., you will find very quickly, I live in Maine, and it is not the focus, competition with China is not the focus of the people that live in my neighborhood. And so I think, you know, it is important that we do balance and look at this balance that was trying to be struck in the national security strategy of the Biden administration as a potential opportunity to try to move to talk about some of these other issues where both US and China have major influence. Now, Minister Jing said, you know, it's crucial that we restore travel and communication as soon as possible. We are definitely drifting into isolation from one another. And this, as I mentioned, COVID-19 has a lot to do with why that's the case. It's not the whole explanation, but it sure has a lot to do with it. And we've got to try to restore travel and in-person communication as soon as possible. I think it's a very good thing that we see Chinese travelers now coming to the US to talk with people, and to the extent that we can get American travelers to China more as soon as possible. Kudos to Dennis for having gotten there and gotten through quarantine, but it's very difficult for large numbers of Americans to go and stay for quarantine for extended periods of time. So I hope we can work on that soon. But I think Minister Jing is absolutely right that what we have to avoid is for the title of the history of this period not to be called something like Sleepwalkers, which was the title of the history by Christopher Clark of Europe's slide into World War I. We have to see that we have human agency, we have diplomats, we have people who should be trying to build bridges between our two countries, trying to talk with one another, have dialogue, bound our competition by rules, and also look for these areas of cooperation. And, you know, it's very hard. I noticed that, you know, Minister Jing said, are we going to be friends or are we going to be enemies? I mean, this is a binary that we see all too often in US society, and I don't think it's that helpful. I understand on the Chinese side, you know, it's easy to say that we're friends and then hold together with that sort of the notion that we have these differences and we're going to have competition. But in the US, it's very hard in US society to work a narrative about frenemies. And I think we need to do a lot more work on that ourselves in order to keep from sliding into this kind of enmity that it seems to be, we can't find the floor to how low the relationship is going at the moment. I personally am very much looking forward to diplomacy restarting, hopefully at the G20 in Bali. with the meeting between the two presidents. I think that this kind of a meeting is not at all a panacea, and we should not have high expectations about what it could produce, but it's an important signal. It's a show of leadership, which is exactly what Minister Jing is calling for. And I think what we all need to be calling for. Times are very uncertain, and we need to have leaders who will meet, who will talk, and who will meet that low bar expectation, at least, of people in both of our countries and people around the world. So I am looking forward to that meeting, and I think I'll end my remarks there so we can have questions.
Thank you very much, Susan, for your counterpoint to Minister Chen's comments. And I have a series of questions I'd like to pose. I'll begin perhaps with Minister Jing Chen. In his 19th Party Congress address, President Xi had discussed the concept of major country diplomacy with Chinese characteristics and sought to foster a new type of international relations. However, major country relations with the United States have plummeted in the period since those comments. How would you react to that juxtaposition of the 19th and the reality we face today in 2022?
I would say, no matter how things change, our attitude, position on U.S. China relations is quite consistent. We all want to have stable relations with the United States. We will definitely safeguard our legitimate interests. So currently we have a quite difficult situation, but my personal view is that 4 levels problem. First level, the highest level, the two presidents, they already had 5 rounds of virtual meeting phone calls. Now maybe this month they're going to meet with each other in G20 in Bali Island. So we hope that the two presidents, they can lay out the future or give a clear sense of the direction, what is the next step of the relations. So they may cover a lot of issues, bilateral and regional, global issues, many important issues. But I think the basic fundamental issue is that what kind of relations, so it is our expectation. What is the future? So add more certainty, predictability to it, and reach more consensus on how we develop the relations, give more clear guidance to the working team. And the second level is the working team. We should follow the consensus of the two presidents and try to, reach some real progress on some even detailed specific areas, even not so big long-term area, and try to accumulate some basic mutual trust, even if it's just a baby step, but it can showcase that we can still work together, give more confidence to the two peoples. And the third level is professionals, academics. We should work together to find a solution for some difficult issues. Even cannot find a solution. It's many issues between China and US. It's a historical, it's a structural issue. It's difficult to find a solution. At least we can manage, we can control, we can prevent those issues becoming something explosive to the relations. And the last level is the foundation of our relations. It's also the hope that's people-to-people exchange. Our two peoples, they should always like each other, not hate each other. They should always like each other's history, culture, language, and even food. So we should encourage them, some national level, people-to-people, academic, to have more exchange, more, travel, exchange, better understanding, communication. Sometimes we may not agree with each other, but at least we should understand each other. Why the other side taking this action? Why they talking about, this issue in that way? And it's because of domestic political, consideration, or it's simply because of the value principle of foreign affairs, foreign policy. So we should understand each other. So I think we don't need to give a certain name or definition to the relations. We can just lay out our expectations, such as mutual respect. That's our principle, mutual respect and peaceful coexistence and women cooperation. That's when President Xi talked with President Biden. That's our hope, our sincere hope. So that is some guidance. We can talk about those guidance, but we don't need, use a specific definition for the relations. Hopefully, just stable. Sometimes if you cannot get the relations even better, why not just stay there, keep the status quo, but not getting even worse, not in the spiral down way or like a roller coaster. So just not do something, but not to do some new things or new steps, which might cross the line, which might be interpreted by the other side as something offensive, something provocative. So that, will lead to U.S. China into so-called tit-for-tat situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I see some consensus between both the keynote speakers on the question of contact, the need for more direct contact.
Sure.
And then turn to Susan. And Susan, President Biden has repeatedly referred to building of guardrails. That's come up once, I think, in Mr. Jing's comments. Guardrails for U.S.-China relations is a guiding principle. What are the guidelines, the guardrails rather, that the president seeks to build for bilateral relations? And how should the Biden administration balance between issues where the two countries are competing or even in confrontation, and those which require close cooperation under such a guardrail concept? Two warring concepts that perhaps or too difficult to resolve issues. You're not new to this. We worked in that relationship for a long time. How do you see this concept of guardrails working in practice?
Well, I think one of the issues is that the U.S. thinks that the current so-called international rules-based order should provide a lot of these guardrails, and the U.S. has been dissatisfied, I guess, with the degree to which China is seen to be meeting or abiding by these rules. Now, there's a lot of differences, discussions, and disagreements over this. And of course, many people say on the Chinese side that the US isn't always living up to these rules either. So I think, first of all, we should really try to have an honest discussion about the current existing rules, which do provide guardrails in all kinds of areas where the US and China have interactions, in the economy in particular, and that's an area of major responsibility for China and the US to both manage and keep their competition from really getting out of hand and undermining the global economy writ large and all of its institutions. So I think, that's one area that I would say needs to be worked on, and we're really not having any kind of interactions on sort of these issues, these economic issues. I mean, even during the Trump administration, I would say there was a lot more discussion about economic issues between the US and China than what we have going on right now. On the obvious one that people will think about, guardrails to prevent the kinds of accidents and incidents that Minister Jing mentioned. I think we had a lot of these guardrails in place under the Obama administration, and they've atrophied, I think, since. But they're still working. I mean, the confidence building measures that we had around notification of major military exercises, around how ships and planes operating in the Western Pacific, would encounter each other, what kinds of rules they would follow when they have those encounters, what kind of communications would be happening. I think we should have a guardrail, frankly, that's about kind of continuing communication. I think that our leaders should not see that a meeting is somehow a political liability. The US and China are the two biggest economies in the world. They're the two most sort of influential powers in the international system at this point. I don't think anyone can argue with that, and they need to be talking to one another and meeting on a regular basis, whether we agree or don't agree. So I think meetings are a guardrail, but there's other things you can do, like sort of arms control arrangements if you get into discussions on those kinds of things. And I think those are things that the Biden administration is definitely interested in doing. But I think to balance off these guardrail conversations, you have to be having also communication about topics that are not just going to be, encouraging a kind of a finger pointing and blame game. You want to have some positive issues to work on too, in order to keep the relationship going and keep these channels of communication open. If you're only talking about negative things, it's very hard to keep the relationship, on track. So I am people say the era of engagement is over. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know how they're using the word engagement, and I don't really understand it. But, okay, if you want the era of engagement to be over, then let's just call it, the era of pragmatic diplomacy, and have things that we talk about on both the guardrail side to prevent us from going to conflict, which certainly that is a genuine consensus among the peoples of both countries. So I think the governments have an obligation to serve the wishes of peoples on both sides of the Pacific not to go to war, but we also need to have some things that we talk about that are constructive.
Thank you, Susan. No, in theory, the time is up. With Nong's permission, I'm going to squeeze in a quick question to each of you. This is a question that deserves probably 20 minutes each, but I'm looking for a 2-minute contribution from each. And first, for you, Minister, it's an issue that's been around for 70 plus years. You know which one I'm going to refer to. The United States has been claiming that China plans to take action on Taiwan to achieve a reunification plan on a much faster timetable than previously anticipated. Has China laid out such a timetable? Has China shifted or hardened its views on reunification or engagement with the Taiwanese authorities in any way? 2-minute response.
Yeah, so far as I know, I didn't say there's any so-called timeline for the Taiwan issue. Some people talking about 5 years, 10 years, 2035, 2049. I don't think so. I think my response is that we want to get united as soon as possible with Taiwan, as soon as possible. We don't have a timeline. And I think if here the interpretation, media's interpretation about the party congress is not correct. They say, it's more tough. It's focus on use of force. Just on the contrary, my interpretation is the focus is on peaceful reunification, reiteration of peaceful reunification. This is a civil war without a real war, and we're Chinese across the streets, and the Chinese people don't fight Chinese. And that's our sincere hope. We don't want to use force, but at least we should have the capability to deter, prevent the worst case scenario, that is Taiwan independence. But our true intention is that we want to have peaceful reunification. Thank you.
Thank you. And to you, Susan, a variation on the same theme, really, as China becomes increasingly focused, perhaps, on what it claims to be red line issues such as Taiwan. There's also calls from the U.S., especially amongst lawmakers, the administration to abandon strategic ambiguity and to release a clear U.S. position. Is the U.S. likely to change that fundamental position as its one China policy evolved, or, and the Chinese would say, hollowed out? Please.
So there's a lot of talk in the United States, and this is one of the problems between the U.S. and China. There's a lot of talk in the United States always, but there's no one in the administration that is looking to change the current U.S. policy of strategic ambiguity because it serves U.S. interests. It's so obvious. I don't know why people are talking about changing it. My view, the Chinese calculus is already that the U.S. is going to be involved in a Taiwan contingency, so they're planning against that. So it doesn't have much of a deterrent benefit. And it's also strategic ambiguity has the benefit of being a dual deterrence strategy, which is to both say that, Taiwan should not declare independence and that Beijing should not use force to pursue unification. So I think really this policy is not going to change. I don't hear people in the administration talking about it. But what I do think is that the administration needs to be very clear about its policy with respect to how it sees Beijing and Taipei reaching over the foreseeable future some kind of accommodation. Our policy has always been to prioritize peaceful approaches, peaceful resolution of differences across the Taiwan Strait. And we don't take a position on what the end state should be. That's for the two sides to resolve, as long as it's in accordance with the wishes of both sides and it's peaceful. That has been our policy. But I do see danger in the kind of vagueness and shifting around of our policy in that regard. And I think it's very important for the U.S. I think it's very important for China to repeat its commitment to peaceful resolution of the Taiwan issue and that it doesn't have a timeline. I think it's very important that that be stated clearly from the very top. And I think it's very important for the U.S. to state very clearly from the top that we're not inserting ourselves into the end resolution of the cross-strait issue. We just insist on peace, peaceful resolution, and we are adamant that there should not be changes unilaterally to the status quo until that till that resolution peaceful can come about. And so I think those things need to be made clear because there's been just too much talk and ambiguity and confusion, frankly, from U.S. speakers on the issue.
Thank you both. I think, Nong, we've landed more or less within the time frame. We stole a little bit of time, but I'd like to thank both of our keynote speakers for clear and helpful comments on an immensely complicated subject, but one which is, I speak here as a Canadian, important to the third countries and the world in general. Thank you both.
Thank you, Professor Holden, Minister Jing Chen, and then Professor Sun Thornton for a very, very inspiring remark on the U.S. China relations. I certainly very inspired by your remarks, and certainly two keywords I bear in my mind for both of your ministry. You talk about the hope for more area for cooperation, and then Professor Thornton, where as having a careful expectation for the two leaders summit this month. So with that, I'd like to thank again our panelists for this very important keynote dialogue, and which set a very good stage for following discussion. And so we're going to take a very quick 5 minutes or 3 minutes break, and then we start the stage again. And then the first panel will still be chaired by Professor Holden. So we'll be right back. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Going to begin with the first panel on U.S. China strategic rivalry in the Biden era. I'm going to just mention the current titles of the four panelists. Their biographies are in the online pamphlet you have access to, and you can read them there in detail. A very talented group. Michael Swain, the director of the East Asia program, Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Huang Jing, dean of professor of and director of the Institute of U.S. Pacific Studies at Shanghai University. And then Dennis Wilder, who is beside me here, senior fellow, Initiative for U.S. China Dialogue on Global Issues at Georgetown University. And Da Wei, director, Center for International Security and Strategy at Tsinghua University. We're going to begin first with Michael, and I invite you to take the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, Gordon. It's a pleasure to be here. Good to see so many old friends. Good to see Dennis in particular. Haven't seen him in a while. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to give you a lot of good news. I certainly sympathize with the views that have been expressed by Minister Jing and by Susan about the hope for greater positive engagement and diplomacy in the relationship, but I'm not terribly optimistic about that happening. I think the U.S.-China relationship displays a lot of the elements of the kind of forces that have led to great power conflict in the past. I think we know what these are, but I'll just tick them off as I see them. There's a deepening power-based ideological and political rivalry going on, with each power viewing the other as an existential or a near existential threat to the other. They're locked in a kind of interactive worst case set of containment and deterrence actions that are deepening over time as I see it. This is inflated by a kind of simplistic, seductive narratives on each side about each side's unmovable zero-sum intentions. You see this resonating on the Hill in various legislation. You see it in certain statements being made by Chinese officials about the United States. And all this is accentuated by domestic political problems in both countries that create enduring insecurities and resentments, I think, that are used by opportunistic politicians to rally support for a variety of so-called patriotic, political, economic, and other policies. And involved in all this are really the sort of assertion of vital interests that need to be defended, keyed to political order, regime stability, or global influence. For China, it's sovereignty issues, territorial integrity, nationalist credentials vis-a-vis Taiwan. For the United States, it's great power, credibility, its image and status as a continued strong, influential power in the world. All of these things play a role in how the two countries view and interact with each other. And to top it all off, you have the absence of clear interest groups on either side that would be in support of a really strong relationship. And the sense of unpredictability that seems to be infusing so many of the observers on both sides, that's sort of accentuated by this kind of post-truth, fact-free forms of argumentation that go on in policy debate, with all kinds of weird conspiracy theories and assertions being made about all kinds of issues relating to the relationship. So it's a kind of perfect storm of sorts, with a growing sense that conflict is almost inevitable. There's now in the US endless op-eds appearing in the US media about how to defeat China in a war. And I'm sure the same is going on behind the scenes in China as well. To make matters even worse, under recent developments, we've seen things that I think don't really give us much cause for positive assessments of the situation. Although I take Susan's points about the national security strategy offering some glimmers of hope, I think that both the NSS and the NDS that's recently come out have just reaffirmed the centrality of intensifying great power competition and a kind of zero-sum struggle over political systems, the democracy versus authoritarianism, with some minor caveats. There's some boilerplate comments about avoiding competition, becoming aggressive, and needing to cooperate on common threats like climate change, etc. And I hope these really have some meaning within the administration, but I don't see a whole lot there in terms of concrete initiatives and ideas, specific policy suggestions that could be used as a basis for negotiations, serious negotiations between the two sides. Instead, what we get is the passage of U.S. laws specifically designed to prevent China from becoming a fully modern high-tech nation. It's not just about competing, it's also about undermining China's ability to develop in certain ways as a modern high-tech nation. And statements by at least one U.S. defense official now regarding Taiwan as a strategic asset for the United States, and legislation being proposed in certain parts of the Congress that reinforces that image and sees Taiwan as critical to the defense of the United States, not just the Western Pacific, but Guam and Hawaii. I mean, a concept that, if it's adopted as a basis for a U.S. policy, would of course bring the end of the one China policy and put us firmly on the road to conflict. So I don't see a lot of effort going on the U.S. side to try to alter this kind of dynamic, to assert real leadership, to explain to the American people and the Hill and others why this relationship is so important, why it is that we need to have a clear understanding about our relationship long term, and what that understanding should be from the U.S. perspective. Instead, we get emphasis on allying with partners and allies to create a more effective, basically counter-China position, and to do so from a position of strength, calling China into account, etc., doubling down on the usual deterrence messaging. As I say, no effort to define what a constructive form of engagement would look like. Even Mike Green, no great fan of China, sees the shortcomings of this approach and the degree to which it is out of step with the desires of many Asian countries. Now, after beating up on the United States, I mean, I would equally do so with China. China is also showing in its behavior, I think, an inability to really come to grips with this worsening dynamic that's going on. The speeches by Xi Jinping and the other activities that we've seen, 20th Party Congress, simply show to me that there's a doubling down of this kind of Leninist nationalist approach to governance, with an emphasis on the state side of the economy, leaning more towards ideology, leaning more towards party control, qualifying peace and development, and the idea of a strategic opportunity for China. These concepts that have undergirded Chinese policy for decades are now being qualified, if not eroded. And they're joined by a much stronger stressing China on defending China's rights, ensuring its security against growing threats posed by the U.S. All are reflected in continued high rates of investment in PLA modernization and China's own version of what it looks upon as being pushback against the U.S. that has created in various areas, all of this, increasing alienation among European nations. And China's negative image in the West is now accentuated by its stance toward the Ukraine war and its continued domestic repression of Uyghurs and others. Its stress on surveillance capabilities, its enhanced efforts to define an alternate to liberal democracy around the world, all of this reinforcing this kind of zero-sum dynamic that's going on. And of course, both countries facing domestic problems and challenges. And in the US, along with the prospect of Republicans becoming a majority in the Congress and possibly taking over the presidency, in their view, almost without exception towards China is much more zero-sum, much more deeply competitive than we've seen thus far. Now, what do we do about this, looking towards the future? I think that with no visible stabilization of the Sino-US relationship, with continued economic problems in both the US and China, and with the possibility of a Republican-led government in 2 years, all this could create a near disastrous situation, particularly regarding Taiwan, which concerns me the most. I think there is an effort to try to redefine US policy regarding Taiwan. There is an effort to have greater strategic clarity, to undermine those basic foundations of US policy towards Taiwan that we have had working for decades that have been effective. I think the Chinese are also taking actions which are throwing into doubt whether or not there's a commitment to peaceful unification over time. I have seen no clear, unambiguous rejection at the most senior levels of the Chinese leadership of a timeline, and no clear rejection at the most senior levels of the Chinese leadership that Chinese rejuvenation by 2049 will have to see Taiwan reunited with China by that date. None of this has been clearly rejected by the Chinese government. So this poses certain questions for me, and I'll end here. Will a stronger Xi Jinping coming out of the 20th Party Congress feel more confident, show greater flexibility in dealing with the US and the West and dealing with domestic problems, or will he just double down on what I regard as Leninist nationalism and the defense of Chinese rights and an expanded definition of security? And by the same token, will US political leaders seek to play on US public support for negotiating our differences with China to develop a genuine strategy of balance, deterrence, and restraint, or simply play the China threat card endlessly in a replay of the Cold War or even worse? In other words, will the US and China actually begin a genuine dialogue that really does discuss where they want to be 20 years from now, 25 years from now, and how they're going to deal with the differences between them, where they're going to make mutual compromises and accommodations? None of that kind of discussion is going on in the United States, as far as I can tell. So I think it needs to happen, and I certainly hope it does happen. And I hope it doesn't rely upon a sort of galvanizing event, such as a crisis, a serious crisis over Taiwan, to clarify people's minds about the kind of situation that we're slipping into and get them to become more focused on not inevitable war or preparing for it, but how to build a durable basis for what I would call constructive engagement, to use an old word that has nonetheless popped up again in some circles in the US government. I think we need to grasp on that and really talk about what that means and engage the Chinese. And the Chinese need to do the same thing and stop their own posturing and their own use of these usual bromides, win-win outcomes, et cetera, that really do not reflect the reality of the kind of situation we're in today. Now, I'm hopeful, as are others, that US diplomacy and Chinese diplomacy will come to the rescue here, and we will see some really significant change for the better in the Sino-US relationship. But right now, I must say I'm not an entirely optimistic person in terms of this kind of situation, and I'll just end there. Thank you.
Very much, Michael. Just before I turn to Huang Jing in Shanghai, we will be watching the Q&A function. Pose questions. We're going to wait until the end, and we may not have time to get to all the questions, but we welcome those questions to be posed. Huang Jing, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you for inviting me here. I'm so glad to see so many good friends, old friends, which we haven't seen each other largely because of this pandemic. Michael's remark, I would say, make my job a bit easier because I agree with him absolutely that this bilateral relationship is not very good, and I'm very pessimistic about the foreseeable future in the US-China relationship. For the time's sake, I only make a few quick points to highlight where I stand on this issue. First, I would say that this so-called US-China competition is actually a facade. Beneath it, the real challenge, the most formidable challenge for both the United States and China comes from within. In other words, for Xi Jinping or for Biden, the worst problem, the most serious problem is all in their own country, not on the other side. But this computation, I would argue that, it's in a big favor to hardliners on both sides. Hardliners on both sides can use this so-called computation to lash out the problem which should be handled, should be managed, should be solved by the internal effort. But now they can blame others easily, which in turn, provoked this kind of patriotism, whatever you call it, or nationalistic resentment against each other, which makes the situation even worse and even more difficult to manage. And that's my first point. The second point is that this leads us to my second point, that is the political uncertainty of the United States, I would argue, is actually a major problem, a major obstacle for the bilateral relationship to be improved or to return to a normal side. Of course, China also have political uncertainty, but this just finished Party Congress. For whatever result, they can argue that it is worse, it is bad, or it is more centralization of power and so on, of course. It's not the kind of way of life American people want to see, but at least it is more stable, predictable, and it guarantees a policy consistency. Doesn't matter what policy it is, but it is consistent, which is good because it gives you stability. But it is on the other side of the United States, just like Michael said, we're going to have a midterm election, which the majority enjoyed by Democrats will be overthrown, and we're going to have more uncertainty. And in addition to that, if you look at the US policy towards China or towards the entire outside world, it is more and more emotional, more and more irrational emotion. I simply cannot imagine, as my understanding of US national interests, the United States would, for example, would take Russia and China at the same time. The United States would, establish AUKUS, a kind of alliance within an alliance, which is very counterproductive. But anyway, I'll stop here. I'll just argue that this is my second point. Political uncertainty is a major problem for us to overcome if we really want to improve the bilateral relationship. My third point is just kind of add up to what Michael said about Taiwan issue. Let's be frank with each other. There are fundamental differences between China's One China principle and America's One China policy ever since 1979. But the good news is that both sides choose to ignore those fundamental differences or pretend they're non-existent. This has provided both sides with enough maneuvering room in the past 30 years to maintain the so-called status quo. That is the foundation for America's strategic ambiguity. But since Donald Trump, and now very disappointed to me, that even Biden administration, some old hand who understand the issue perfectly, try to so-called clarify this ambiguity, try to highlight the differences between One China principle and the One China policy, which in turn has actually killed all the maneuvering room in the Taiwan issue. Unfortunately, equally to be blamed. And China side also have the same people try to clarify what One China principle really is, why One China principle is not, and by no means should be, One China policy. And that way, we have less and less room or gray area to maneuver. Then the result, of course, is have no choice but to clash against each other, which is very dangerous. That's where I say the problem is. So whenever I say some people argue we should have strategic clarity instead of strategic ambiguity on the Taiwan issue, my heart drops like a stone. And that's my third point. My fourth point is actually good news. We see this Ukraine-Russia conflict, or whatever we call it, is not a war between Russia and Ukraine. Just like Sergei Garganov just said in his long article, of course, we may not agree with what he said, but in his long articles published on September 1st, he made it very clear. This is not a war against Ukraine. This is Russia's onslaught against the so-called American, US-led West international system. He wants to do damage to the system. This put China in a very awkward position. Actually, China had to answer three fundamental questions. Number one, does China still want to maintain or want to stay in the existing international system in which United States plays a fundamental role? Of course, China is also plays a very important role. Number two, of course, if China want to maintain, want to stay in this international system, a so-called quick decline or decline of the United States, as some people on this side wishes, is decline of the United States really serve China's best interests or China's interests in general? And number three, of course, does China really want to maintain a stable or at least manageable and workable relationship with the United States? From what I read, I understand of the political report of 20th Party Congress, I think Chinese leadership, no matter how you blame it, Chinese leadership has made a choice. Number one, China does want to stay in this international system, even though China may have a little bit different understanding of what this international system is. But China want to stay with it, and China want to even reinforce it. Some will argue that China is a revisionist power, but trust me, revisionist power is much better than, much more desirable than a revolutionary power. And second, of course, China wants United States to maintain stable and prosperous. The reason is this: a stable and united States, really united United States is a good news for bilateral relationship. The more unstable, the more problematic, the more chaotic United States is more dangerous, not only for China, but for the entire world, including the United States itself. Of course, if China want to stay in this international system, China want United States to stay stable, united, and prosperous. Of course, China want to have a stable bilateral relationship with the United States. After all, China is a rising power, just like a teenager. It's still growing. At this moment, of course, a chaotic, even hostile world is the last thing China wants. After all, China is a #1 trading power. A trading power, of course, wants a peaceful, stable, prosperous world. Otherwise, who and where China going to do is trade. So I just stop here. And the last, last one, just some suggestions, because we all pretend we have some good suggestions to the decision makers, even though they will never listen to us. My suggestion is simple. Number one, I think the two countries, two leaderships, if they really want to do something, start to work out a not-to-do list. That is, between United States and China, what we are not going to do no matter what. Not-to-do list. Work on this first. I may sound a little bit naive, but I truly believe that's where we should start to improve this relationship. And based on this not-to-do list, maybe we can begin to discuss what we need and what we should do to maintain at least, as I said just before, a workable relationship between two largest countries on earth. I'll just stop here.
Thank you very much, Wang Jiang. I now literally turn to my left to Dennis Welder, who's here beside me. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you to ICAST for inviting me this morning to this very important discussion. Let me start at perhaps the 30,000-foot level and say that in my many decades in the U.S. government, particularly in the intelligence community, we often talked about the tectonic plates of history moving in various ways. But I think today we actually are seeing the tectonic plates move, and in a way that will shape the 21st century. The global order organized by the United States is under pressure. It's under stress. There is no question about it. It was a global order started at the end of World War II, but the severe challenges are coming from the major powers, certainly from Russia, to some degree from China, and lesser players like North Korea and Iran. On the Chinese side, the challenge economically and militarily is very credible. China is now the largest trading partner with 68 countries in the world. China has the second largest defense budget after the United States, and China now has the largest navy in the world. These are fundamental changes. And I'm afraid to say, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will disagree with me, but the position China has taken in relationship to Russia only adds to this feeling in the United States of the challenge. The Chinese government has been very quiet on the aggression, the needless aggression of the Russians. We have not seen the Chinese government, for example, come out directly against Putin's talk of using nuclear weapons in this struggle. I was heartened to see the other day in the Financial Times that my old friend, Senior Colonel Zhou Bo, actually came out with an article warning the Russians against the use of nuclear weapons, but he is merely an academic. He's not speaking for the Chinese government. I think the Chinese government needs to take a much more proactive stance on trying to find a way to peace in this conflict. China has the relationship with Russia that we don't currently have. And I think that this is an important moment for China to stand up and show if, as Professor Huang Jin has said, China wants the international order to remain and wants to be part of that international order, then it needs to speak up on issues like the Ukraine in a more positive way. So because of these geostrategic realities, Biden and his administration are definitely seeing China as a fixture on the global landscape where competition is going to be a big part of the future. And I don't see anything that changes that assessment. You all know what's in the national security strategy. And I'll quote from it, the PRC is the only competitor with both the intent to reshape the international order and increasingly the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to advance that objective. These views are shared across the political spectrum in the United States and indeed more generally in the public. The Pew poll of this summer showed 66% of Americans saw China as a major military threat. So in this context, I don't think it's surprising that we are seeing from the Biden administration such steps as the targeted decoupling of the semiconductor industry. There was a very good article in the Washington Post recently about this issue, where it showed that Chinese companies have purchased these semiconductors and other advanced technologies to build hypersonic missiles. I don't think the Chinese government would allow its companies to sell things to the United States that would advance the military capabilities of China. So I do think that this is understandable. I think it is targeted decoupling. I think there may be other areas of advanced technology the Biden administration will move ahead on with some sanctions. But I don't think that the administration is actually thinking of a complete decoupling of the economic relationship. After all, as the minister said this morning, $750 billion of trade is not inconsequential, and many American companies have very real vested interest in China that aren't going to change. I think the other thing China has to think about is the dark view of the future that President Xi outlined at the 20-party Congress. He downplayed the era of strategic opportunity and spoke of China embracing the need to struggle in the face of hostile forces. This kind of rhetoric, this kind of language just adds again in Washington to a feeling that China is going to challenge the American led order in the world. So with all this background, where are U.S. China relations going? Well, I have to say, nowhere good at the moment. I have to agree with my colleagues that I'm pessimistic. China cut off 8 of the high-level exchanges, important exchanges with the United States after the Pelosi visit to Taiwan. Ambassador Nick Burns only got to speak to the Chinese foreign minister 8 months after his arrival in Beijing. And as somebody noted, it's been 3 years since U.S. cabinet secretaries or members of Congress have been to Beijing. The good news is that both sides explicitly state that they don't want a war. And certainly Washington has its hands full with the Ukrainian crisis at the moment. But the truth is that history tells us, and Susan Thornton referred to it this morning, that wars are often the result of miscalculation and misunderstanding. I remember the EP3 crisis of 2001. I was the director of China analysis at the CIA at the time. And when that occurred on April 1st, 2001, it was a scary moment. I can tell you that President Bush's instincts at that moment were to strike back, were to be very angry. And my colleagues and I had to tell him that that wasn't the best approach, that the best approach was to allow quiet diplomacy to occur. Happily, the president listened to us, allowed our ambassador in Beijing to work these things through, and 10 days later, the crew was released, the aircraft was returned to the United States, and the issue was solved. But I have to ask everyone, what would happen today if we had a similar misunderstanding, a similar dreadful incident somewhere in the East China Sea, South China Sea? I shudder to think what the hyperbole would be on both sides. And it's why, as has been said already by many here, I hope that dialogue can be achieved. I hope that we can find a way to reinvigorate the U.S. China dialogues. Dialogue is not a dirty word. Engagement is not a dirty word. These are important. We need those confidence building measures. They have atrophied. And I hope, and I was very heartened to see that President Xi Jinping sent a message to the National Committee's gala in New York, saying that he was looking for the right path in U.S.-China relations. I hope that right path can be found, but I think it's going to be a rough time getting there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And we will now turn to our fourth speakers, Dao Wei in Beijing. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Gordon, and thank ICAS for inviting me for this wonderful panel. I think of course, I basically agree with all the opinions that has been expressed by other panelists, and I think we all share this kind of pessimism regarding China-U.S. relations. I think it's very, very hard to find anyone who is very optimistic about the U.S.-China relations in DC and in Beijing. But I will try to say something about the latest development in Beijing and in DC, the working paper of the Party Congress and the national security strategy and midterm. I think the latest development and next year, because the theme of this panel is about next year. So I will say, yeah, I agree that the mainstream, the basic trajectory is pessimistic, but I will say I don't see any major policy changes from the Party Congress and from the other midterm election or the national security strategy of the US. I see more continuity from these two documents. I see more continuities, at least from last year, this year. Of course, compared with 10 years ago, dramatic change. But I mean, in the short term, I think I see continuity rather than changes. On China side, I think China, in the working paper of the Party Congress, I think the CPC do have a grim assessment of the international environment. We can see some expression disappeared, like period of strategic opportunity or the peace and development as the theme of the time. This kind of old consistent assessment disappeared this time. But I will say in the chapters regarding the job next step, I see no new expression, no new discourse, no new policy in the chapter of the foreign policy, chapter of one country, two system, chapter of the military buildup, and even the chapter of the national security. I think all those discourse are old, so that implies a kind of continuity. And as Professor Wu Shichun pointed out at the beginning of this discussion, China, of course, has a new leadership in Beijing. I will say China's foreign policy is mainly dictated by the president, by the supreme leader himself. And with President Xi continue his third term, I will say that implies that probably the policy will continue rather than change. So it's really hard to imagine, China's foreign policy or policy towards the U.S. will have a major change after the 20th Party Congress. And I think after reading the national security strategy of the U.S. side, my impression is the U.S. side from basically from the Obama administration to Trump administration, then now Biden administration. I think the three administrations from the two parties, they try to shift the U.S. national security focus from counterterrorism from the Middle East to Asia, to China, and now this transition, of course, finished or accomplished. And in the U.S., we are witnessing more matured, more sustainable strategic competition strategy towards China. And I see this in this latest national security strategy. And there is a bipartisan support to this strategy. And also, I think it's a strategy across the executive branch and the legislative branch. That means this strategy will continue for a very long time. So, of course, it's not new. It starts from, at least from Trump administration, and now the Biden administration continue this and with slightly different, using the term like out-competing China, and give some strategic reassurance signals to China, like mention the coexistence with China, and also reiterate the U.S. one China policy in the paper. I think in the strategy, I think those are strategic reassurance signals to China. So we don't have any naive expectation to the U.S. strategy to China, but I think now it's stable. It's a long-term thing. So if Beijing and Washington continue current trajectory next year, and given the fact there will be no major domestic political agenda next year, can we, maybe we can expect next year as a year that we try to stabilize this competition. I'm not saying end the competition or change the competition back to engagement. I have no that kind of expectation, of course, but maybe we have a chance to stabilize our bilateral, stabilize our strategic competition, and to enter a phase of maybe stable competition in next year. If we don't do that next year, I agree with Michael that 2 years later, we may see more dangerous period in the bilateral relations because of the US domestic political agenda. This is my first point I want to say. The second point I want to say is I see three quite interesting, or to some extent dangerous views or changes in the U.S. in the U.S. regarding China. I think one is viewing China through the lens of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. and viewing China just as Russia, identify the two countries together, bind them together, or view Taiwan issue from the lens of Ukraine. I think that I have seen this happen in the U.S. So of course, as Dennis pointed out, China's position, I know that China's position was blamed a lot in the U.S. and I understand why China is blamed. But I also want to point it out that before the Ukraine war, the U.S. already pointed China as revisionist. The U.S. believe China is a revisionist country from Trump administration rather than from China's behavior, China's policy in Ukraine war. So, in this regard, I think China also on this issue exaggerates China's differences with the U.S. on international order. I agree with Professor Huang. I think China do want to stay in the system, but I think internally we exaggerate China's differences with the U.S. on what is the order and who define the order and what is the content of the order. The second new view in the U.S. is believing China's rise has reached its peak. I think this new assumption will change a lot change many policies in the U.S. because the U.S. used to believe that China surpass the U.S. economic size will be inevitable. But now I think many people in the U.S., at least in D.C., believe China's rise has peaked. And if so, that could bring some new elements to the U.S.-China policy. The third one is, I think Michael mentioned this, many in the U.S. believe China is defeatable. China is a nuclear power like Russia, and I think mainstream view was that the U.S. should not fight a war with that kind of country, nuclear power, and that kind of conflict, no one can win that conflict. But from the because of the bad behavior of Russia, I mean, because of failure of the Russian in Ukraine, many in the U.S. believe if Russia can be defeated, maybe China can be defeated too. That will be very, very dangerous. And I think it explains some new initiative and policies regarding Taiwan, try to help Taiwan together with the U.S. defeat China. I think that's quite dangerous change. My last point would be several very humble suggestions for next year, not for 2024, but for 2023. I think it echoes with what Susan and Minister Jing Quan's what they said. First of all, of course, to resume our official dialogue. If we can have a presidential dialogue in G20, that will be, of course, good news. I hope next year we can see more. Second, I think, of course, to resume our people-to-people exchanges, particularly academic exchanges. I think Susan mentioned there are many fears, and if we have chance to visit each other's capital, if we have the chance to talk to our friends and colleagues in person, I think many fear will disappear. I think we exaggerate each other's level of their harshness of the policy. If you travel to Beijing, you can see there are many different opinions among Chinese, and if you travel to DC, I think there are similar things. The third point, nobody mentioned this, but I think it's important. I understand that the U.S. are pursuing a policy of small yard and high fence. It's okay. I'm quite okay with that. Every country have its yard, but I think the two countries need to work together to try to make the fence of that yard stable. I mean, we cannot move the fence every year or several months. You move the fence again. That will create chaos in business community. Not only in China, it will create difficulties in the US and in other countries and the regions. So if US want to build a yard, okay, but I think we need to negotiate where is the boundary. Where is the boundary of the yard? I think that's important. The last is of course Taiwan. Actually, that's not a suggestion. I do have serious concern over Taiwan, but next year I think we need to prevent Taiwan issue to have very strong impact again after the midterm election. I don't know what the Republican-controlled Congress will do. But probably McCarthy already said he will lead a delegation to Taiwan. If that happens, maybe something like August will repeat. I have very strong concern over that. I think both China and the US are not satisfied with what happened in August. Both sides think they should do more. China may think we need to do more to deter the US. The US may believe that they need to do more to challenge China or to support Taiwan. So if we both sides believe so, we are probably waiting for next crisis. That will be extremely dangerous. So we have to do something at least to try to prevent Taiwan issue have strong impact in next year to those recovery of the official and the civil people-to-people exchanges. Okay, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dawei. I think we have a lot of grist for our mill, and I think we could probably finish our time with debate amongst the speakers. But I would like to give an opportunity to our broader audience who have posed several questions. I'm not sure that we need 4 responses to every question, but I'll start off with one. I think I might direct this to my near neighbor, Dennis. How should the international community view the recent Chinese hypersonic missile testing? To what extent should it be taken into consideration for US nuclear policies?
Well, I think it was a shock to the US military, to the US defense establishment more broadly, that China was out ahead of the United States in this particular area of advanced capability. The US side, my understanding, had been working on such systems, but had not achieved the degree of success that was seen by China in these tests. I think it adds to this concern in Washington. It adds to the level of concern that China, again, is advancing in ways that could threaten the international order. This is why I think it's so important that we get back to the military-to-military dialogues that have been suspended at this point. I think sometimes that China thinks that these dialogues are designed by the United States to try and get at China's secrets, military secrets. I would hope the Chinese side can begin to see that these are necessary confidence building measures. Dr. Swain has been involved for years in trying to build confidence building on both sides in the military-to-military sphere. And I think it's important, but I do remember that we in the Bush administration tried to get a strategic dialogue going with the Chinese strategic rocket forces, and frankly found it very difficult to get the Chinese side to agree to meetings. And so I think in the strategic realm, we really need some serious dialogues on the future. China's building a lot more missiles. We need to understand China's strategic doctrine. They need to understand our strategic doctrine.
Are there other comments from our other panelists on that specific question? Or I will move to the next. I think we're satisfied with that then. And the next question, with initiatives and agreements such as IPF, TTC, AUKUS, and the BRI in mind, that's a real range of issues. What role can and should third countries play in the U.S.-China strategic competition? Is there a role, one could argue, or is this simply between two houses, Beijing and Washington? Perhaps I might ask Hong Jing, is this something exclusive, this rivalry? As a Canadian, again, I can't stop being a Canadian. Other countries, third countries are affected by that rivalry. But is there a role or something useful could be done by third countries in reacting to or dealing with this, the most important bilateral relationship on earth? I think you're muted.
He needs to unmute himself.
He's muted.
声音，王老师。
There we go.
Yeah, I said my line is not very stable, so I'm not sure I get your question rightly.
I'll just
Could you
quickly
repeat
repeat it. Then the question came from one of the audience members saying there's a whole range of issues, international issues involving China and the United States. I'm paraphrasing here, but this core international question of U.S. China rivalry, is there a role for third countries, how they may be affected? Is there anything that they can do other than sit on the sidelines and watch?
Oh, okay.
Play out.
This is very unfortunate because both the two countries has totally different positions or desires or wishes on this. United States, of course, want other countries, especially its allies and partners, to absolutely take side with United States, just like this Russia-Ukraine war. But China, of course, China understand it is naive or wishful thinking to ask other countries to side with China because, like some pundits argue, that China does not have any allies. China does not even have good friends. But anyway, China's policy is to, in Xi Jinping's word, is to make partners, but not allies. 结伴不结盟. I think this has some profound thinking in it. If you like, I can explain to you. But so that gives a third country a very difficult, questions, because United States, the number one power, said, please, you have to side with me. You are siding with the right side of history. Or some political leaders in America even say either me or him. So that is a kind of position. But China at least pretend, or China want you just take a neutral side. Don't take side. China said it believes in multilateralism, but at least we know that some political leaders in the United States try to practice unilateralism. Given this kind of completely opposite position of the two involved major powers in this kind of competition, so it's really up to the third world countries to decide what kind of role it can or it should play. I think it takes some guts to really take a position that really works for its national interests. We don't have to look very far, just look at European countries, how difficult that choice could be.
Okay. If there aren't other comments, I'm going to pass on to another question. This was actually put to Mr. Wilder. I'm going to put it to Michael to begin with. And certainly, Dennis, if you want to add in, it's coming from an American, anonymous, but let's put yourself in China's position, the possibility of just moved here, of a Donald Trump presidency, it'd be a second presidency with a finger on the nuclear button. I don't think it's that simple, of course. Should the China not be nervous about this prospect, and what does this mean in terms of the post 2024, potentially post 2024 Trump presidency and the GOP Congress? Quote, it scares the hell out of many in the United States. Why should it not in China and affect their worst case planning? Michael, please, and then Dennis, if you wish.
Sure.
Well, I don't know what the Chinese planning is on if a Trump retakes the presidency. It could very well be that. I mean, Trump has never been terribly supportive of making radical changes in, say, Taiwan policy to sort of endanger or create a more unstable kind of situation. He was not very engaged on that issue. I mean, he was sloppy, he was inattentive in some ways, I think, and he made mistakes on it. But there wasn't this sort of deliberate drive to double down on sort of deterrence efforts. Now, I could be wrong about that. He might indeed adopt that, but I'm more concerned if you have a DeSantis in the White House or a Pompeo with what they've already been saying about China. That would be much more concerning because it would be a more effective, more competent, and more dangerous Trump. And so I think that the Chinese might well hope that Trump is better than the alternatives. But of course, I think if the Democrats are able to hold on to the Congress, which seems unlikely, but if they are, and if they're able to hold on to the presidency, then I think you'll have a more manageable situation as long as the administration sticks to its guns on the question of the one China policy, but lends more credibility to it. It has been eroding the credibility of that policy, in my opinion, and it needs to reverse that in the future. And I think if it is able to establish a stable political position, it will be more inclined to be able to resist some of the more extreme views that exist in the Congress and elsewhere that it has not been really resisting very effectively for, in part, political reasons, in my view. And if that is gone, then you might very well see a more pragmatic approach to dealing with China. And as I say, on the Chinese side, I hope that Dawei and others are right, that the strength of Xi Jinping coming out of the 20th Party Congress will in fact lead him to also become more, in a way, more pragmatic in dealing with some of these most sensitive issues. So there is a possible more optimistic future here, but it's not an optimistic future that's going to be a resumption of a positive, constructive Sino-US relationship. I don't think. We will still have the kind of zero-sum thinking and maneuvering that goes on now under even the best case for both a Biden administration and the Xi Jinping.
That was a partisan question. This is a non-partisan conference, but could you have a quick reaction to that, please?
I think if I were on the Chinese side looking at the American political system today, I think I would try very hard to take advantage of the next 2 years to build a firewall against whatever comes in the 2024 election.
Right.
So this is a period of time, I think both Dawei and Michael talked about this, that a couple of years from now, it gets worse. It gets more dangerous. If indeed that is true, then it only means we need to double down right now on trying to figure out a stabilizing new normal in the U.S. China relationship.
Right.
I'd like to actually extend that question, if I may, to both of our Chinese speakers. If you could give me, perhaps starting with Dawei, a quick reaction to that question. What about 2024 and the prospect of a change of administration to a different party in power? You're on mute.
I think it's of course too early to analyze 2024 because we don't know who will be on the ballot. But we talked a lot about Donald Trump's another term. First of all, I personally don't think it's very likely. It's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. And secondly, I will say if it's him, I won't say it's the worst scenario. I agree with I think that's Dennis or Michael. I forget who said this, but I think there are other more dangerous candidates in the Republicans from China's perspective, and on the Democratic side, it's we may be more familiar with the Democratic side, but anyway, no matter which party and who is in the White House, I think this strategic competition is already there and it will be there for quite a long time. So it's just the tactics, the approach. I think those differences. Of course, we want the more predictable candidates, but I don't know who it will be. Yeah, but we don't have a very high expectation to 2024. It could be dangerous, I will say.
Wang Jing, would you care to add a few words?
声音，黄老师 mute。
I think from my point of view, the worst thing about Donald Trump is uncertainty, because this person is unpredictable, and he behaved like I don't know how to describe it. If 2024 happened again, I think no matter who's in the White House, what on this side, on China's side, I think the entire world in general worries about is uncertainty. That is, United States is the #1 power. As a #1 power, you can be good, you can be bad, you can be vicious, whatever, but you have to be predictable. If you laugh to me, smart to me today, continuously smart to me tomorrow. The worst thing is that you're smart to me today and tomorrow you want to kill me, and nobody knows how to deal with you. China is the same story. That's why I think if you compare China and the United States, I think if China is a little bit in advance, ahead of United States nowadays, is China at least is predictable. It's not uncertain. And having said that, frankly, I still have a very strong confidence in both sides system. In a system in which I believe the crazy guy can be stopped. That's where my last hope is and my confidence is.
Thank you. And I'm going to riff a little bit on another question came in on COVID, and we heard from both our keynote speakers, particularly from Susan, concerned about the long-term and lasting effects of this isolationism. We've all been in isolation for, quite frankly, what seems forever now. But there are consequences to this, and the illusion from this questions, there's economic consequences. When can we put this question to our two Chinese speakers? When can we see an ending to this COVID question? And my own take as well is that these tens of millions of visitors who would leave China, expose the outside world, and then return, and sharply higher numbers of students, etc. Over time, you think that this would have, and it did have, a significant effect on Chinese thinking in the broadest sense. But I don't yet see an exit. I know that we've got Dennis Simon there now, and Chinese ambassador in Canada reassured me last week that there's going to be a more targeted approach to this. But I think the world's getting impatient. I miss having a chance to visit China. I think I can speak for the others on this panel and those in the audience. What is your thinking? And I know that this is something core to the core decision for the government. I'm not expecting you to read their minds, but what are your thoughts about this problem and its effects going forward? Perhaps we'll start with Dawei. You could just unmute, please, Dawei.
Yes, thank you. Of course, obviously, I don't have the answer to this question. We have to ask our leader and public health officials. But I will say many people here expect that next year may see some changes in this policy, but I'm not, of course, I'm not 100% sure. But as you said, I think current situation, current policy hurts. It has consequences, and it hurts economic policy, and it hurts international interactions. So I think the price is very high. So I think given that reason, I believe that next year we will see more changes to current policy, but I don't know. Again, this is not something I can predict. Maybe Professor Huang Jing knows better. I don't know.
That way you put me on the spot. I don't know, because the question I have to ask myself again is the situation we see, the situation we complain about. The topmost leaders must also see and heard about it, unless he's truly stupid and irrational. In other words, he must see the situation from different perspectives. The first thing come to my mind is that China has over 500 million retired senior people. Chinese is retired at 55 years old. And those retired people, all the medical treatment, United States called Medicare, whatever, it's all on the government. And in the United States, every 1,000 people is about 48 doctors registered. But in China, 1.4. So you can, and China's distribution of medical resources extremely uneven. So you can imagine if the COVID come in China like what happened in Hong Kong or India, those retired senior citizens go to doctor for free. All they have is time. They'll go to all those hospitals. That's a horrible, horrible situation. I just give one reason. Maybe I think the leaders must balance the pro and the cons and make this decision. Trust me, I don't think it's an easy decision. It's the most difficult situation because they can see what happened in the world. Every country is opened up except China. That makes, you don't want to be isolated. But as this issue, China is isolated. I do not believe that's a good failure. So they must have a reason behind it. But from my point of view, I agree with Star Wei. Eventually, they're going to find a way out. And this time, I don't know when, but I think it must be after this winter. And I also believe it will be like, a test. Chinese leaders love to do the test, like Shenzhen. They're going to test like a little bubble here, a little bubble there, and gradually, they're going to find a way out. But it's not an easy journey, given what's happening in China, given what's at stake for the Chinese leadership.
Thank you, Wang Jing. You confirm my suspicion that it's more complicated than what might think at first glance. Next question, I'm two American panelists, and it deals with the Indo-Pacific region, noting that in the questioner's viewpoint, the Biden administration has sought to intensify U.S. focus on the Indo-Pacific region and seeks to achieve through both security and economic cooperation, highlighting its strategy through the economic framework, the Indo-Pacific economic framework. Can you please, we don't have a tremendous amount of time, but we've got a few minutes, clarify these strategies and their purposes. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel here, but perhaps starting with you, Dennis, what is the U.S. about and what does it mean? I'm thinking particularly for let's think of U.S.-China relations.
Well, I think that Secretary Blinken, when he has talked about American strategy, has laid an emphasis on the fact that we want to bolster the alliances in East Asia that we have. That from the American point of view, these have served the United States very well. The bumper sticker is a free and open Indo-Pacific with free trade, free navigation. And I think that in that regard, the Biden administration has decided it wants to redouble those efforts. So you do see such things as AUKUS being developed. You see the Quad being developed more. All of these things the United States believes helps it keep peace and security in East Asia. Beijing has a different point of view. But I think from the American point of view, the alliances have been incredibly important. And I would just point out with the North Koreans, how much we rely on the alliance relationships to deal with that issue. And I must say the North Koreans are being extremely belligerent at this point. This is another area, by the way, where China could help. If China could get the North Koreans back to the peace talks, because the United States has indicated a full willingness to go back to peace talks with the North Koreans, and we're getting no response from the North Koreans on this. Instead, we're getting missile launches and other activities, and potentially more nuclear tests in North Korea. So the alliance relationships are, I think, a centerpiece of U.S. policy in East Asia and isn't going to change anytime soon. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Dennis has said. There's not going to likely be any changes. I guess if I were to characterize the U.S. strategy, it still is relying very heavily on the idea that the United States needs to get its allies and partners in the region on the same page with itself in countering China. I mean, U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy is centrally about balancing against China. And the efforts that the United States has been taking in that regard are very much about how to relate to other countries in the region other than China. in developing this kind of a counterforce against China. And if I had to criticize the strategy, I would say that it really does lack an understandable strategy for actually engaging the Chinese in the security realm. It's more about limiting, shaping, countering than it is about actually engaging on security issues that are really, really critical. And you can see this in the documents, the National Defense Strategy. You know, I went online the other day to look at the summary fact sheet on the White House about the Indo-Pacific strategy. They issue these summary fact sheets about what it is. And it's like a 2-page summary of what the strategy is. It doesn't even mention China. It just talks about what we need to do to double down to get everybody to be in the U.S. camp on this. And in the defense area, it's very much oriented towards creating interoperability, integrating other countries into the U.S. defense perimeter. And, you know, I think that is how do you square that undertaking, first of all, with allied views? And there are many allies, many concerns among allies about how far that would go and what the impact would be in their relations with Beijing. And of course, it also doesn't really address the question about what China's response would likely be. And there, I think, you just don't have enough thought being given to the interactive dynamic that is going on here between the US and China that really makes this situation more unmanageable over time. There has to be, at some point, a turn away from building up the alliances to counter China to an effective strategy that really deals with how to engage China, including in the security realm. And as I've said before, we haven't really seen that yet.
Thank you. I just got a note from Dennis Simon in Beijing who said that Chinese media reported today there's been a working group formed to look at how to emerge from the COVID restrictions. A group formation doesn't mean a lifting, it's a start. I'd like to use our last few minutes, gentlemen, to ask the speakers to perhaps pose a question to another of the speakers on the basis of some of the things that they've asked or that you have a curiosity. I could ask for a volunteer from one of you four to pose that first question, and perhaps the other three to have a question in mind. The answers will have to be of that 2-minute variety. So short question, relatively brief answer.
Gosh.
I think I see Wang Jing.
I have a question to either Dennis or Michael, either of you. And I was in Europe last month. When I was there, I know that a lot of my European friends were confused by President Biden's article on May 31st in New York Times, in which he drew 4 red lines. And as I was told, there's no consultation between American leadership and the European leadership before President Biden publishes articles. That's why they get very confused. They don't know what exactly the purpose of this war. Fundamentally, at the end of it, what the United States really want out of this war. Given the fact that Russians did invaded Ukraine, that's my view. The invasion aggression is a fact.
Dennis, you should take that.
Well, I guess Wang Jing, May is 6 months ago. Yeah. Could you just give us like a sentence reminder of the contents?
Okay. President Biden said 4 no's. Number 1, no direct involvement of NATO. Absolutely. Number 2, no regime change in Russia, which, went back on his own words. Number 3, no attack, no U.S. attack of Russia unless United States is attacked, and no American boots will be on the Ukraine territory. Number 4, which is quite controversial. Number 4 is that the United States and NATO will not enable Ukraine to attack Russian territory. That's 4 no's.
We're going to do a different.
May 31st, New York Times.
I'm happy to.
Please.
I think that the purpose of such an article is to limit this war. We don't, on the American side, certainly want to see this develop into a broader NATO and Russia conflict. We don't want to see the Ukrainians broadening this into Russian territory in any way, shape, or form. So I think that the signaling the Biden administration was trying to do there was to delimit this situation, keep it controlled, keep it within the boundaries of the conflict as it exists today. I think that that on the American side, the feeling is that we have to do all we can short of American troops on the ground to assist the Ukrainians. Certainly now that the Russians now have seemingly a new ally in the Iranians who are providing drones to Russia that are devastating the power infrastructure in Ukraine, that it's all the more important that we continue to keep NATO together, that we keep our allies on board, and that we show restraint, whereas I'm not sure the Russians are showing much restraint at this point.
We have a few minutes only, and I'm determined to land this more or less on time and pass it on to
There's a few more questions for the meeting.
a few more questions.
Can I raise one more question?
Please go ahead, Dawa.
Yes. Yeah, we talk about the U.S. position to Russia. U.S. won't fight a war with Russian in Ukraine, but there are so many discussions in U.S. about strategic clarity on Taiwan issue. So my friends in PLA are very puzzled why the U.S. want to fight a war with China over Taiwan, while won't fight a war with Russia over Ukraine. Does that mean the U.S. look down PLA? Do you believe PLA is weaker than the Russian military force, or what other explanation?
Happy to.
Well,
Michael and then Dennis, please.
yeah, I think this reflects the very vast differences that there are between the Ukraine situation and the Taiwan situation, which I think the Chinese need to understand. I mean, they themselves are saying that there's huge differences there. And clearly, the United States has had a long-standing, deeply rooted commitment to the peaceful resolution of the Taiwan issue. And it is obligated by law to maintain Taiwan's defense capabilities and to maintain the U.S. Capabilities as well. So it is much more deeply rooted in American policy and in some ways in American interests. And so it does raise, obviously, and China's capabilities to be able to employ force against Taiwan have, without doubt, increased exponentially over the decades. So it's not a surprise at all that some people would say, oh, the only solution to this is for the United States to really declare that it's going to defend Taiwan because this is a really critical interest for the United States. It relates to American credibility, et cetera, et cetera. And you have many, many articles now that are appearing all over the place, like mushrooms, about how the United States needs to double down on deterrence and build up its strengths and really show the Chinese that there is no option to use of force. Now, the problem with all of that is that these articles, almost without exception, fail to address the reassurance side of that equation. Effective deterrence regarding the Taiwan issue cannot occur without some level of credible reassurance towards the Chinese about what U.S. military capabilities will be used to do. And so you have a real danger there that you could get a misinterpretation or you could get an overreaction that could lead to direct conflict. And so the danger of direct Sino-U.S. conflict over Taiwan is much greater than the danger of direct Russian-U.S. conflict over Ukraine, in my opinion, for the reasons that I've just given, that I think the Chinese are very aware of.
I would only add, I agree with everything Michael has said. I think that the Biden administration has underperformed on reassurance in relation to the Taiwan issue.
Right.
I think they've gone way overboard on thinking about the military side of this equation and not thinking enough about the diplomatic side. Someone this morning mentioned Mao and Nixon and the ability of the two to overcome tremendous differences of opinion. I think that's where we need to go. We need to have diplomats like Zhou Enlai and Kissinger. And certainly a big part of this is the American side needs to make sure that Beijing is reassured that we aren't on the road to an independent Taiwan.
Here, here. Totally agree with Dennis.
Thank you for that. Now we have two questions, right? With Hong Nong's permission, I'm going to go just a few minutes over time. I have one question which we're going to put to our two Chinese participants, and it comes from the China correspondent from the Financial Times, and that is, do you think that Beijing will retaliate over the October 7th export controls? Perhaps starting with Dawei and then to Hongjing. Brief answers, and then our last question will be to our two Americans.
I have not heard any specific discussion to that export control measures, and I don't think it will happen. I don't think something will happen aiming at retaliating that specific cheap exportation control measures. But I do heard a lot of discussion in Beijing about how can we deal with more generally the U.S. this kind of decoupling measures, or how should we deal with the U.S. sanctions? Generally speaking, U.S. sanctions over Chinese company. So we have a countersanction law in China. So how it can be implemented? I think these are the questions that I heard in Beijing, but nothing about that specific decision on October 7th.
Yeah, I agree with Dawei. I do know that there are some extreme opinions said retaliation, but thank God the cool head prevailed eventually, because for two reasons. Reason number one, as a stronger party, that is United States, make actions. The weaker parties are China, if react according to Americans' actions, that we get into or be entrapped into Americans' kind of a framework, which of course being led into a struggle is never a smart choice. Mao Zedong said that 你打你的，我打我的. That is, you do what you want, I do what good for me. So I think Chinese leaders have this kind of wisdom. They're not going to be led into this trap. Secondly, that of course, if there's the act react continuously, and then we're all going to get in the vicious cycle. I think on this part, frankly, I think Chinese leadership does have more wisdom on this, not get into vicious cycle, because this kind of control, October 7th control, my personal opinion, is even anti-constitution, because in the constitution we see that the pursuance of happiness is all right. But now if you're Americans or you have American green card, you're not even allowed to do certain kind of job. What kind of Americanism that is?
My last question, it doesn't deal directly with, it's not from me, it's from Phil Calvert. Doesn't directly deal with U.S.-China relations, but it certainly deals with our broad theme, the panel of U.S.-China strategic rivalry. It goes right back to this question of the Indo-Pacific strategy. Phil Calvert notes that while there are enthusiastic participants, I'm paraphrasing here, Australia, Japan, there are a great number of Southeast Asian countries that really don't want to pick sides. They want good relations with both sides, and they don't want to join. They don't want the pressure to join either a Beijing-led or US-led alliance, strategic alliance or security alliance. Dennis, I wonder if you could tackle that one. What do you do about those countries that just say we don't want to play? We don't want to be on in either camp.
I think there are a lot of countries in ASEAN, but I think there are a lot of countries around the world who are trying to figure out how to balance between Beijing and Washington. I think this is putting people in very awkward positions. I'm not sure how these countries, I think each one will have to figure out their own way to deal with the tensions. I think that the key here is that I think we all do want free and open trade. And I think that is terribly important to all these nations. So as long as the international system still operates on what Susan Thornton was talking about in terms of keeping the rules of the road in free and open trade, these countries will be reassured somewhat. But if we end up with true decoupling of the U.S. and China economy, that is going to have ripple effects all around the world.
Thank you, Dennis, for that high altitude view of the issue. Last word to Michael, please.
Well, just one point I agree entirely with what Dennis just said. I think these countries have to really develop a way in which to deal with this, but the U.S. and China are not making it easy. Both sides say they also don't want to force other countries to make choices, but they seem to be doing things that are suggesting otherwise. But I would just say the one caveat to do with other than Southeast Asia, Japan and South Korea. I would not completely assume that Japan and South Korea are in lockstep with the United States on its policy towards China, particularly the South Koreans, but the Japanese as well. Now, Japan has moved a long way toward the U.S. position on China, for sure. And South Korean sentiment has as well in some ways, but there still is a strong core of different, both public opinion and leadership views that are very concerned by where things are going in the Sino-US relationship and are not going to completely sign on to, in their view at least, they don't think that their respective countries should sign on to policies that will lock them into US decisions towards China, particularly in the military realm. And there, I think there is some room for greater voices, not to oppose the alliance with the United States, of course not, but to talk about the need to have some kind of clarity and balance and some sort of real restraint in a variety of areas that are very sensitive for these countries. And Taiwan is probably the most important one there. I don't think the United States should be pushing Japan, for example, to provide in advance clear, unambiguous support for any action that the United States might take in the event of a crisis over Taiwan. I think the Japanese political system would not agree to that overall, and I think it would be pushing for something that I think will create more problems than it will resolve in the case of Japan, and even more so for South Korea.
We are now at the end of our session. We haven't solved the issues. I'd probably argue that for a young analyst, there's probably a lifetime employment security if you want to work on U.S.-China relations, in terms of the issues are never going to go away and they're never going to be finally solved. Dialogue is key. And as Churchill said, jaw is better than war. This has been a significant dialogue. I thank our speakers for their contributions and their wisdom. I apologize to some of the questions. We didn't get to every question. The tyranny of time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let me join Gordon thanking all our panelists. We're going to have a very quick 5 minutes break so that we can set the stage again. And please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Everyone, welcome back. And so we start our second panel of trade and technology issues. And this panel is going to be chaired by Dr. Liu Yaowei, who's kind to fly from Atlanta to join us today. Dr. Liu is a China senior advisor on China at Carter Center, and he's also sitting in the board of advisory board in ICAS, has been very actively in engaging and facilitating of dialogue events on China-US relations. Luckily, of course, yours.
Thanks, Hong Nong, for that introduction. We have a very strong lineup today for our second panel, even though I think some of our thunders are stolen by the first panel, particularly the last question about October 7th.
No.
But we have a lot more.
We'll have better answers.
In store, we'll have better answers. So I'll start by making a few remarks. Number one is in the first panel, I think someone mentioned that there is an absence of special interest groups, largely business groups in the US, to sort of lobby for China. I want our speakers, to address that. The second is Minister Jinping said, the trade volume between the two countries last year, 750 billion, as far as he's concerned, I guess as far as the Chinese government is concerned, there is no way for the two countries to decouple. So that's the second issue. The third issue is what was mentioned by Dawei during his sort of wish list, for 2023. He said China is fine with a small yard and a high fence. However, if US keeps moving the fences and enlarge the yard, then that will be considered as intolerable by the Chinese government and how the two countries are going to interact. And then Wang Jing said something about China's reaction to October 7th measure that, cooler heads prevail. Is that the case? Finally, I want to sort of mention, the conversation between Foreign Minister Wang Yi and Secretary of State Tony Blinken. Now, in the telephone call between the two, Taiwan is not mentioned, which is good. Every time when the two government officials getting together, if they don't talk about Taiwan, I think that's good. But what's better for this discussion is he mentioned two things. Number one is the export control recently announced by the US. I guess that's the October 7th measure. And the second thing he mentioned is US growing restrictions on investment in China. He wants Secretary Blinken, to address that. And before the Party Congress, he was in New York. He talked to Secretary Blinken, he talked to Henry Kissinger. And so of the three certainties on US China relations, one certainty he mentioned is US and China should continue to make money together by trading with each other. So I would like our panelists, three here. Of course, the most important one is actually under quarantine in China, as Daniel Simon from Duke University. We have Paul Triello from Stonebridge. We have Yikong Huang from Carnegie Endowment, and finally William Wrench from CSIS. So let's just get started with the first one being Paul.
Thanks, and great to be here. And I thought that first panel was really, really good. Raised a lot of really tough issues. I think though that I'm going to try to bring that industry perspective because we have a lot of clients that are, of course, caught in the middle of this relationship in various ways. I think one thing I would add to your great summary of some of the important things there is that the industry timelines are much different than the political timelines we heard about in the first panel. Things like elections in 2024 and 2022, 2024. I think industry that is involved with China, the timelines are much longer. And so when we talk about, what does the U.S. China relationship look like, they're worried about 2025, 2030 and beyond, because in most cases, for example, U.S. companies have a longstanding engagement with China, and they have lots of investment in China. And they're trying to grapple with all these things like export controls, which you could talk about, and investment. I think we have to step back and take a quick look at the big picture here first. We didn't get to that in the first panel, but technology is really at the center of the relationship here. And I think, if you go back to Secretary Blinken's speech in May, he put technology at the center of the bilateral relationship. And then the national security strategy essentially did that that was released in October. And so I think, what does that really mean here? I think if we step back and look at this, there's a couple of memes in the relationship that are particularly strong in DC, for example. So one is that the US can no longer tolerate China leveraging US technology military modernization, and that's one of the primary drivers, arguably, behind the October 7th, or as we call it, the October surprise. Second, technology is also enabling so-called digital authoritarianism, and China is exporting it. So that's another big one. Third, this translates into sort of zero-sum game on technology. So that, and we can talk about what that means. And then I think the tone of the documents and the discussions coming out of the Biden administration is that the next decade is key for the U.S. to reestablish technology dominance in all these things that are sort of at the heart of the relationship, like semiconductors, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and biotechnology. And then I think finally the Russia-Ukraine issue has really added another dimension to this. And here I think it's important to note the U.S. wants the ability to have maximum leverage to prevent China from having certain independent capabilities in the event of a sort of parallel conflict with Taiwan. And that's based on the experience of the Russia-Ukraine crisis here. So I think that's another important part of this. So what we've seen over the last 2 months are very critical comments from senior U.S. government officials. We saw, again, I think someone mentioned earlier, National Security Advisor Sullivan talk about both the small yard, high fence, but also more importantly, he talked about no more sliding scale for keeping ahead of China in technology. So this means the U.S. wants to sort of set an absolute sort of limit on China's advancement, and then it won't be a sliding scale of generations, several generations going forward. We also had Undersecretary of Commerce for Industry and Security, Alan Estevez, really had very interesting comments, and I recommend everybody to read the full transcript of the CNAS discussion last week, where he said basically that national security trumps economic security and trade when it comes to China. And that China, he also made comments such as China should be happy to make chips for automobile airbags. And so he was also explaining the export control. It was in response to questions about the export control package. So it's hard to see this sort of new U.S. attitude as not being part of a new strategy for containing China in the technology domain. So instead of invest, align, and compete, I think what we really have is invest, align, and contain. Now, nobody wants to use the term containment because it has the Europeans don't like it, allies don't like it, others don't like it. But in the technology domain, arguably, that the October 7th package, for example, and other things have to be seen, I think, in that broader context. And so as you look at that package, it's very interesting, and it has a number of components, at least 5 or 6 different things going on in there, and we can certainly address some of them, but it's a complicated 137-page document that even experienced export control lawyers that I talked to are still grappling with, because it includes so many different pieces, interlocking pieces, new and surprising things like controls on U.S. persons and what they can do in China. And so it's really a very interesting set of rules that I think are important. And there are some major, I'll just touch on the highlights of this, and we can talk more about this. One is the real driving force here is that, and it gets back to some of the things that Dennis mentioned earlier, control over China's progress on advanced computing. That really means AI and machine learning in the cloud and supercomputing. And so the thrust there, of course, is this increasing use of high performance computing to design weapons of mass destruction or to model things like hypersonic glide vehicles. So that's clearly one of the main thrusts of the rules, is to try to freeze China's advancement in the high performance computing domain. And then accompanying that is our controls, so-called end-use controls on domestic advanced semiconductor manufacturing equipment. Okay, and this is really an attempt to sort of freeze China's technology level at its existing level. So there are controls set for logic. That's things like CPUs and GPUs, and memory, interestingly. And I think memory is something that's been dragged into this sort of at the last minute. And that's one of the things that industry and my clients are grappling with. And also one of the areas that touches very much on the issue of getting allies aligned on these regulations on U.S. policy more broadly. And then they limit the ability of Chinese companies to develop independent semiconductor manufacturing equipment capabilities. So there are controls on the inputs, the things that make chips, where China's industry is arguably already pretty far behind the U.S. So I think just a quick note on the small yard high fence analogy here. I think the problem is that the semiconductor industry itself is a global industry. So the yard is really huge. And so maybe a better analogy is what the U.S. is trying to do is keep China on an island. And that island, though, remains connected to other parts of that global industry supply chain. And then the U.S. is trying to play gatekeeper or tollkeeper on those causeways going to the island. And the problem with that, though, is that in implementing some of these controls, if you blow up or you restrict those inputs, you can have unintended consequences. And those are two-way streets. There's things going in and going out. And it's a very complicated supply chain. So in some sense, the semiconductor industry is almost inimical or sort of a perfect foil to this idea of a small yard high fence because it's so globally interconnected and the supply chains are so complex. So memory is a good example of that. So when the October 7th package dropped, U.S. officials hadn't considered the fact that South Korean companies in China manufacture a huge chunk of the world's semiconductor memory. So, for example, SK Hynix and Samsung both produce about 40% of their DRAM and 3D NAND, respectively, in China. And so over the weekend of October 8th and 9th, U.S. government officials had to scramble to come up with a solution to that, a temporary solution, which was a one-year reprieve from abiding by these controls, because, for example, the U.S. persons provisions in the October 7th package would have meant that those facilities in China would have shut down. Had to shut down, and we were probably within hours of having those facilities shut down. And the industry people I talked to said, if that had happened, the global chip shortage would look like child's play compared to the sort of havoc that would have been created just in the memory sector, because the memory sector is very complicated, driven very competitive, and driven by commercial interests. So again, that's an example of how these controls can have unintended consequences, and that small yard high fence can quickly become, can kind of sprawl outside of the yard. So I think the other issue then is just finally a couple of major issues we need to discuss. One is, are the allies on board with this? And I think already, of course, we've seen quite a bit of pushback from Japan and the Netherlands and ASML. Part of that is associated with the choice of these end-use controls and setting the bar, for example, at 16 and 14 nanometers for logic. There was a lot of pushback on that because that's, in the industry, is almost considered mature logic. It's not a forward-leading kind of control, export control. And so there's been a lot of pushback on that, particularly from Japanese suppliers of tools to China and ASML. So even as we speak, there are ongoing negotiations over what those countries should do to bring themselves in line with the October 7th package. Now, the problem there is export controls don't translate neatly into other countries' legal and export control system in terms of authorities. So that's a big problem. And then I think, secondly, there's a lot of concern about what's coming next. We already saw last week, for example, Undersecretary Estevez talk about further controls on things like biotechnology, AI algorithms, and potentially other semiconductors and other technologies, quantum computing, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of concern then in the industry about where that's going. And then there's also this concern about outbound investment. There's an outbound investment executive order that is in train and will probably at a minimum require notification for investment in these sensitive technologies in China from things like venture capital and private equity companies, probably not portfolio investment, but then also U.S. companies in China who want to invest or reinvest in facilities in China that they have. So that's going to be a big deal to see when that comes out, probably after the midterms and the Biden-Xi meeting in Bali in November. And then companies are also, and looking ahead into 2023, as we're supposed to do here, I think it's really important to look at a couple things. One is how these controls will be implemented, because there's still a lot of concern about how they will be implemented, how strictly they'll be implemented and enforced. And the industry is already, as I noted, pushing back on this. Also, how will the global technology industry adjust to some of these changes? Because I think companies that I deal with on a daily basis are, of course, all rethinking as they already were, their supply chains and their sort of posture in 2023? How can they respond to what are clearly signals from the U.S. That are accompanying this latest controls about decoupling and the need to rethink China as part of your global business operations? And then I think finally the really big one for me, and it was touched upon I think really well in the first panel, is Taiwan, because of necessity Taiwan is dragged into this because TSMC, for example, is such a critical player in all this, and TSMC is affected by these controls in terms of not being able to, for example, manufacture GPUs at the performance level set in the controls by Chinese companies. So Chinese companies like BRAN, for example, which is one of their leading GPU companies, can no longer now manufacture, it looks like, GPUs in Taiwan. So Taiwan is, for good or bad, is in the middle of this. And also in a much broader sense, as the US, for example, begins to cut off Taiwan from being used as a manufacturing platform for Chinese companies, that factors into the broader Taiwan calculus in Beijing, right? And we really didn't touch on that in the first panel, but to me, that's a huge issue because I think that we're getting to the point where even a peaceful reunification of Taiwan would not be acceptable to the U.S. government because of the presence of so much semiconductor manufacturing in Taiwan, for example. So I think that's an issue that I think really complicates the discussion around Taiwan. My contention is that there needs to be a complete rethink of the relationship, which is based on these 40-year-old documents, for example, the 3 communiques and the Taiwan Relations Act, which at that time there was no Chinese military that was capable of as capable as is today, and there wasn't a vibrant Taiwan democracy, and there wasn't a semiconductor industry in Taiwan. So in a sense, those documents are really can no longer bear the weight of the current situation. And I think so. I've been calling for a 4th communique, but as Michael Swain noted, there's not a lot of discussion about a diplomatic or reassurance component to the relationship that tries to put the complicated trilateral relationship back on stable ground. And then finally, I think there are dialogues going on in the technology domain, including on semiconductors. I'm part of a track 2 dialogue, but there are no track 1 dialogues. So I think it's really important going into 2023 to have these continue the track 2 dialogues, people to people discussions, and then hopefully at some point, some of the recommendations from those track 2 dialogues, for example, can be fed back into track 1 dialogues. Because all these issues are very critical for companies that are operating in the space, whether it's semiconductor supply chains, data issues, which we haven't even gotten to. So I look forward to the discussion today, and I think the group here is really good. And the first panel, I think, tackled really well the bigger geopolitical landscape.
Thanks, Paul. I think he just dropped a bomb that even peaceful unification with Taiwan is not going to be acceptable. So we want our next 3 speakers also address this issue. The second speaker, Yukong, the floor is yours.
Let me go back a bit because we have 2 subjects. One is about trade, one is about technology. Technology is now dominating the agenda. But we can learn something from the trade war, actually. What was America's 2 major policy instruments to address the trade war? One was tariffs, levy tariffs on China across a wide spectrum of activities. And the second was the purchase agreement. Now, today we realize that despite these tariffs, despite the purchase agreement, America's deficits with China as larger than they were before. And we also recognize that the purchase agreement did not lead to any significant increase in China's purchase of American commodities in these outlined areas. And so people are basically saying, why do we have these tariffs? Well, don't we want to move on? And we haven't. But they haven't actually answered a fundamental question. How come the tariffs didn't affect the trade deficit? How come the purchase agreement didn't change the composition of exports? Okay. And so what I'd like to point out is that the fundamental assumptions that underpin the U.S. China trade war in terms of U.S. policies and China's response are actually flawed from the beginning. But we actually don't formally acknowledge that. I'm going to say that now because I think the same thing is going to be true for technology. There are certain assumptions the U.S. is making about the technology war that containing China or retarding progress, the assumption that China will therefore lose and America will gain, which are actually similarly flawed. But we haven't actually focused on that. The focus is largely upon containing China. So let's go back to the trade war. Why did America's deficits not decline, but they actually increased? And the answer is, from anyone who's an economist, which I have to be an economist, tariffs don't affect trade deficits. We think they do, okay? Trade deficit is determined by your savings and investment rate, essentially how much a country produces and consumes. So in America, the problem is the budget. If your budget deficits increase, your trade deficit will increase. So America's trade deficit as a share of GDP was 5% of GDP 4 years ago. It is 15% today. So regardless of these tariffs, regardless of these restrictions, America's trade deficits will only get larger. And therefore, the assumption that you can levy tariffs to change that, it was false. But then there's a kind of interesting question. Certainly, when we put all these restrictions and tariffs on China, our deficits may get larger in the US. But wouldn't the deficit with China get relatively smaller compared with deficits elsewhere? And the answer is it didn't happen. So how come that didn't happen? And what people have not pointed out actually was that over the last 2 or 3 years, for a combination of reasons, America's trade dependence on China actually increased in terms of the composition and nature of the product lines, largely pandemic driven. And that overcompensated for the tariffs. So this issue of decoupling, we also have to ask, how come, despite all of this, the trade links between America and China got stronger rather than weaker? And if we don't understand that, we're making a fundamental mistake. And then you get to the purchase agreements. China was supposed to buy this, this, and that. The state's supposed to guide that. But we forget the fact that imports and trade are not determined by governments. They're determined by households and firms. There are only a few commodities where the state in China actually says, you must buy this. The rest is basically up to the market in some ways, and of which the major category was Boeing aircraft. Boeing, you couldn't export Boeing aircraft to China because of what was happening with the certification of Boeing planes. So no wonder China actually ended up buying more soybeans from Brazil because it was actually cheaper and easier than buying more soybeans from America, et cetera, et cetera. America could not export liquefied natural gas to China because it didn't have the equipment of materials. So the purchase agreement didn't make any sense. So now we have a fundamental problem for the Biden administration. Should we enforce purchase agreements because China did not honor it? And the answer is, why should you enforce an agreement which didn't make any sense to begin with? Why should you go with tariffs, which actually didn't change the composition or the direction of trade to begin with? So that's the past. Let's look at the future. The future on technology is based on a couple of assumptions. One is that America has lost its supremacy in terms of innovation technological capacity. The answer to that is that's not even true. America is the number 1, number 2 ranked in all the innovation indices for the last 10 years. It's remained at the very top. So America's not lost its dominance. What's happened is that China's distance from the top has narrowed. It's converging. So it's not an issue of America losing its dominance. It's that the gap is getting narrower. And therefore, the issue is, can you contain that? And can you slow it down? And I think the strategy on semiconductors is the major one. Now, let's look at the example. If you want to contain, and if you want to increase your production, what you will therefore gain in terms of your superiority, your innovative leadership, Apple is the best example. No one's going to question that Apple dominates the product lines that it is in. But think about it. Apple doesn't produce anything. It's not a manufacturer. It has the intellectual capital it controls. Foxconn is a producer. Now, the interesting thing about Apple's businesses in China is that the supervision, the production, the ancillary kinds of activities, the management expertise has become increasingly sinicized. Apple doesn't have to send people to California to supervise the production of phones or laptops or iPads in China. These are all done by Chinese. Apple may move some of these to India. The interesting thing is it's going to have to move from Chinese expertise to India to supervise it because they no longer do it. Okay. And then you talk about Vietnam, of course. Vietnam is exporting much more to the US because of the tariffs. What people don't realize is the bulk of those exports are done by Chinese manufacturers in Vietnam now who left China. So there's ripple effects that we don't estimate. But the first thing I want to make is America's not lost its dominance. The gap is narrowed. Now you have all these policies restricting exports of semiconductors, high techs to China. Will this retard China's ability to move forward? And the answer is it will, of course. But what people don't actually realize is, will this hurt the United States? And the answer is it actually will hurt the United States more than it will hurt China. But you hardly see any articles about this. Now, why is that? Why is it that a US policy restricting high-tech exports to China will ultimately end up hurting America more than it hurts China? The answer is that economics is fairly simple. The US grows at about 2% a year. China grows, let's say, by 5%, okay? Now, of that 2% a year in the US over time, more than half of that is driven by technological productivity increases because we're an advanced economy. We don't grow by just building roads or assembling something. We grow from technology innovation. So America is very dependent upon innovation, technological progress. But these major firms, which can no longer export high tech to China or related industries in the world, will find that their revenues have declined significantly. They no longer can invest and develop. Their ability to innovate is going to be contained. So simulations done by various institutions, which I will name, show that America's growth rate 5 years down the line with this kind of a policy would actually be cut in half from 2% to 1%. An America that grows at 1% cannot remain competitive globally. And what about China? China's growing at 5%. You contain China, you repress these activities, you will have a negative growth effect. China's growth rate will come down by a full percentage point because of what's happened. But that means it goes from 5 to 4 because China can still build roads. It has all sorts of things it can do to increase growth without having to become what I call more innovative. But it needs to catch up so it can still generate the resources to compete. So over a medium term, the point I want to make is this policy actually will hurt America. Then it'll hurt more than it'll hurt China. Let me just stop there.
Thanks, Chico. That was a brilliant presentation on the ups and downs in terms of this long-term tech war and your explanation on the tariff and deficit. I think also worth further discussion. Bill, what was yours?
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. I'm going to approach this slightly more politically than the others have. I say first, I think on the trade deficit point that Yukon made, the only person who really obsessed over deficits was Donald Trump. The current administration doesn't pay a lot of attention to that. And I think you're right about the way it's all played out, but it's not really a consideration, I think, in administration thinking right now. I think what is a consideration is a metaphor that's almost as tired as the higher fences, small yard metaphor, which is a marathon metaphor, which is one of my favorite ones. Which is if you're in a metaphor, if you're in a marathon, there's only two ways to win. You run faster or you trip the other guy. And in a real race, you can't trip the other guy. That's against the rules. But in international trade, tripping the other guy is okay. And what we're seeing is an administration pursuing both strategies. Running faster means CHIPS Act. It means the investment in innovation that is also in that bill. Involving funds for the National Science Foundation and NIST. It's an effort to revitalize our competitive edge. I think it's been criticized from some quarters as industrial policy, which it is. But I think going forward, you're going to see more of it because while that's been a controversial concept in the past, opposed usually by conservatives who say it's meddling with the market, picking winners and losers, which is true. And then they focus on the losers when in fact there are probably more winners. The reality right now is it's being debated in the prism of competing with China. And what the Democrats have learned is that Republicans will buy it if you tell them it's about China. And if you tell them it's about national security, that's a transformative debate. So it succeeded in the CHIPS Act, and I think we will see more of it going forward, just as our export control universe is probably going to broaden. I think our industrial policy universe may very well broaden too. Funds permitting and the election permitting. The more complicated issue, I think, is the tripping the other guy. And here's the export control issue that Paul has described in great detail, so I won't repeat all of that. I think I would just say that there is a political element to this too to keep in mind, and that is, and this relates to the tariffs as well, the president does not have a lot of room to maneuver in this area. He's already got at least 4 or 5 Republican senators running against him. They have to push Trump off the stage first, which is a different question. But they all have the same platform. Which is the Democrats in general, and Biden in particular, are soft on China. They're not acting aggressively enough. They're undermining our security. They're costing us jobs. They're hollowing out our defense, our industrial base. And I think the president realizes that there's very little that he can do that's going to make those criticisms go away. Because no matter what he does, it won't be good enough for the Republicans. So, example, the tariffs. I think he has a dilemma. The problem is not enforcing them. The problem is unwinding them. And he's faced with the reality that any decision he makes will be wrong. Any decision he makes will be not enough for business, too much for labor, and too much for the Republicans. There is no winning strategy here. So it's no surprise that he hasn't done anything. And I think it'll probably be quite a while before he does do something. They've, thrown out a bone to the business community, saying, well, we're going to restart the exclusion process. This is on the slowest roll I've ever seen. They started this in June, and now they have a comment period that will be over on January 17th before they do anything. So this is not moving fast. It's not going to move fast. And negotiations are not going to move fast. There is nothing the president can bring back from a negotiation that will be satisfactory to his opponents. And so the safest course, I think, right now is for them to do exactly what they're doing, which is to focus on the export control part of the equation, where it is from the right wing, it's hard to criticize that. That, however, has consequences, and Paul alluded to some of them. I think in the short run, the direct and immediate impact is probably going to be smaller than some people feared, because the universe of chips in particular and equipment is relatively narrow. The issue, of course, is that if you cap it, which is what they say they're going to do, then you create an expanding universe of stuff that's covered, because as technology moves forward, more and more items are going to be subject to control because they're above the line. And if the line doesn't change, that's just sort of inevitable. It really is a reversal of the last 25 years of policy, which I had some hand in creating, because I had Alan's job at the time this started. And they've kind of thrown out to just keep them behind, which I can't exactly object to, but because I think it may have run out of gas. But for its time, I think it was a brilliant policy, because it allowed sales and it allowed U.S. companies to make a lot of money selling older stuff to China, and they could use that money to reinvest in next generation technology. One of the issues we're going to face here is that if that revenue stream is cut off, our companies are going to have a lot of problems going forward, doing exactly what the government wants them to do, which is investing in next generation technology. And frankly, the $52 billion in the CHIPS Act is not going to be enough to do that. There's got to be private capital here as well. And we'll see how this plays out. The companies have not raised that issue quite as vigorously as I thought they would, but that may happen downstream. The other shoe that has not dropped yet is related to the Chinese civil military fusion doctrine. Because if you look at the civil military fusion doctrine from the standpoint of an export control regulator in the United States, what it means is there are no longer any reliable end users in China. They were all subject to the Chinese government telling them, you need to assist the military in whatever it is we want them to do. That means probably an end to an end user based control system, which is also what we've been doing for the last 25 years. That takes us back to COCOM and takes us back to blanket controls. So far, the administration has not done that. They've contented themselves with simply adding more Chinese companies to the entity list, which is kind of a way to accomplish the same thing. Because if you're on the list, then you need a license for anything, including this. So we'll see how that evolves. But this has the opportunity, I think, or the threat, if that's the right word, to become bigger, broader controls. I think Paul is right. The hints that have come from people in the administration that this is going to be more than chips and more than semiconductor manufacturing equipment is well taken. This did not come as a surprise to me. We saw this coming 3 or 4 months earlier, and I think there's going to be more coming. So wait and see. How will companies react? Final point. I think the dilemma that our ICT companies have always had is that China is simultaneously the best customer and the biggest threat. And they've had a lot of difficulty themselves deciding how to deal with that because they see the competitiveness train coming down the road. China's goals are very clear: to establish global champions in high-tech sectors that, by the way, are the sectors where the United States is often the leader. So they're posing a competitive threat. Fine, they get to do that. Our job is to be better than that and compete effectively, which is what the CHIPS Act is about, which is what running faster is about. The companies have the challenge of navigating between all that and navigating between restraints on what they can sell to Chinese, which is growing, and what they do themselves to make sure they're running faster. But what you're going to see, I think, going forward is the dreaded word, more decoupling. And here, I think it's not going to be, aside from the export control issue, the Biden administration is not going to order people out of China. I don't think they can, but I don't think even if they could, they're not going to. They may provide some incentives to revise your supply chains, look at the electric vehicle tax credits. But what you really should look at is what are companies going to do? Because companies are undergoing a process of risk reassessment, not just with respect to China, certainly and obviously with respect to Russia, but also with respect to China for a whole bunch of reasons, mostly related to a variety of Chinese policies. The risk of doing business with and in China is greater than it used to be. And companies will grapple with that, each in their own way, each consistent with their own business model and on their own timetable. So if you're expecting a tsunami of companies leaving China, that's not going to happen. But what you will see, I think, 10 years from now is supply chains that are significantly different than the ones you've got now. They'll be shorter, they'll be more regional, they'll be more in the Western Hemisphere, and they will be less in China and more in other places in Central and South America, Mexico, and also in other parts of Southeast Asia. All of which, all of those countries are beginning to try to position themselves as the next, location for integration into American supply chains. But as I said, individual companies will make individual decisions based on their business models. If your business model is to make stuff in China and sell it to Chinese, you're probably not going to change anything. If your business model is to integrate Chinese parts and components into your supply chain for shipment back to Europe, back to the United States, then you probably are going to change something. You may not leave, but you will be, what you've been learning thanks to COVID, among other things, is in addition to price, quality, and delivery, supply chain managers have to think about resiliency. And resiliency is a fancy term for don't put all your eggs in one basket. And so that means more baskets in the Western Hemisphere, more baskets in Southeast Asia, and the new baskets will be at the expense of China. So some eggs are going to move, not all of them, but some of them. And I'll stop there.
And we call that two-way political risk in the business. The U.S. companies in China,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think, Bill, you have touched a very important issue. Is that there is the government political agenda, which is, as Paul mentioned, shorter and quicker. There is also the businesses agenda. I guess for those who are still listening in China, I guess the worst nightmare is when these two agendas coalesce, as Bill suggested, in 10 years. That, if you're not able to fix this relationship, then that's when the hell you're going to break loose. So now we're going to our fourth speaker. Sorry, Dennis, we'll have to keep you up so late, but you're speaking from a very strategically important position, in the Marriott Hotel in Beijing, and your interactions with those in China. So go ahead and share your experience with us.
Well, thanks, Yahweh. It is interesting because I came on this visit to talk about U.S. China S&T relations, and I've already given 2 talks. Tomorrow I'll give a third, and next week I'll talk some more. So this is a hot issue in China as much as it is in the United States. Let me just make one observation. We've heard from 7 speakers so far, and I'm the 8th one. And the one thing that I would say about everyone's perspective is is that no one seems to like the policies of the Biden administration. There's all some contention that there's something wrong with the policies. Either they're too extreme or they're not thought out well enough or whatever, but we seem to have a group of 8 people here who are not very much in consensus with the administration, at least, and find not just nitpicks, but some real strategic issues. I think this is something that we want to think about, of why this hasn't surfaced in a broader, more profound kind of way in Washington, within the Beltway, if not beyond the Beltway. So I'd like to start off my comments with just a remark about the state of the bilateral relationship, as some others have done. I've been involved with U.S. China S&T relations for over 40 years. And I remember distinctly when in 1979, diplomatic relations were established, the U.S. government and the State Department came out with a number of goals. But one of the most important things was that the United States said we support the modernization of Chinese economy. In fact, it was an explicit part of U.S. policy that a modernizing China was something that was not only good for China, but also was good for the world. And clearly a stable, modernizing China was viewed in a very, very positive way. And the US government in its policies and later the business community and academia all came along and engaged in a broad array of activities designed to help repair China's economy from the aftermath of the Cultural Revolution, and also to improve the lives of the Chinese people and raise the standard of living. And I think that China's engagement, not only with the United States, with the world, was very positive. As I tell people, China has been one of the major beneficiaries of globalization and has benefited very much from it. But 4 decades later, and basically within the last half dozen years, starting at the end of the Obama administration, that whole perspective has changed dramatically. China went, as we've discussed, from being a kind of joint stakeholder or even a partner to being viewed as a serious economic competitor and national security threat. And I think, as a lot of people said, when the Biden administration came into office, everyone had hoped that the situation would improve, that there would be more moderation and a better set of policies. And while the Biden administration would still hold the Chinese accountable for problem areas like IP protection or cyber hacking, et cetera, their real goal was to rebuild the ability of the two countries to work together in a constructive fashion. And to the great surprise of many, and we've heard a lot of people say this today, this simply has not happened. In fact, as everyone has commented, things have gotten worse. Communication between the two governments has been very, very uneven, and the bilateral relationship, as we all agree, has sunk to a new low. At the core of this souring of political relations has been the downturn in the S&T relationship. And here I'm talking about not only the commercial part, but also the science and technology cooperation that at one time formed one of the bedrock elements in the bilateral relationship. In fact, S&T cooperation between the two countries and education cooperation held steadfast, even in some of the most difficult political times, and basically was one of the foundations as the United States and China began to collaborate and cooperate in a number of areas. But recently, people have begun to notice something which is even a major shift, and it's not just about semiconductors. And here I would refer to 2 recent articles, one by John Bateman, who has written an article in Foreign Policy and suggested that the downturn in S&T relations is not simply about semiconductors. In reality, what he says is that U.S. policy towards China is indeed, as we've discussed, aimed at an overall slowdown in Chinese economic and technological development. That's a much more broad-based strategic shift than many of us thought was happening. In fact, it basically, raises a question about what is the end game for the United States in terms of its relationship with China. A similar point was made by Edward Alden, who wrote a piece for the Council on Foreign Relations, and he talks about, quote unquote, the growing raft of measures aimed at slowing the development of China as a high-tech economy. So I believe it's not an exaggeration to suggest that the environment for science and technology cooperation has been poisoned in many ways by the steady souring of the political relationship. United States concerns stem from, I think, basically a sense that China's modernization has been achieved through a series of so-called rule-breaking actions, theft of IP, cyber hacking, industrial spying, and more recently, the assertion of excessive political influence through the use of Chinese soft power in vehicles such as Confucius Institutes in the United States. And whether you agree or not, that seems to be a perception. The U.S. intelligence community has stepped up its vigilance around Chinese activities, and we know all about the China Initiative. And even with the termination of that, Christopher Wray, the FBI director, continues to talk about the threat from China as the product of a whole nation approach. So new and tougher regulations are now being introduced, and the Chips and Science Act, of course, is the latest one, aimed at restricting Chinese access to U.S. know-how, while at the same time promoting new U.S. investments into new U.S. technology initiatives. And as Bill has just noted, the entire global supply chains across industries such as semiconductors and soon to be life sciences, biotech, are going to be reconfigured to limit engagement with China. In fact, questions that I've gotten this week are all about, will bioscience and life science become the next on the agenda of the Biden administration? So this discussion of decoupling, delinking, disengagement continues to be a common cry, I think, particularly across the U.S. Congress. And therefore, the renewal of the S&T bilateral agreement right now is uncertain. The renewal in 2018 that occurred under the cover of darkness without any fanfare whatsoever. In fact, few thought the Trump administration would renew the agreement, but nonetheless, it was renewed. The agreement is up to be renewed again in 2023, and even under the cover of darkness, it's unclear of whether that agreement is going to go forward. And I think that in and around the Beltway, the problem is that there is an unwillingness to take any kind of advocacy position to support reconsideration of the current trends and actions. And I just participated in a meeting like this with the Asia Society West Coast Center. And I can tell you the perspective from the West Coast in the United States is very different than what exists on the East Coast and the Eastern establishment. And I think this is something that we need to think about in the United States when we talk about constituencies and interest groups and stakeholders, who they are and what they represent. And China, in response, obviously, has now adopted a policy of enhanced self-reliance. And so we fought really hard to integrate China into the mainstream of the international economy and S&T system. And what has happened is China now is about to move dramatically towards a greater self-reliance posture that goes even beyond the indigenous innovation efforts that were established when the 15-year medium and long-term plan came out in 2006. President Xi Jinping continues to stress China's need to remain globally engaged, but in reality, China right now has very little choice in advanced sectors like semiconductors, bioscience, et cetera, except to embark on a more comprehensive effort to generate more know-how and IP from domestic sources. And this is going to hurt because in a world in which innovation now has become globalized and cross-border collaboration is the name of the game, it promises to become harder and harder for China to sustain its science and technology advance. And this position was acknowledged earlier this year when the party secretary of the Chinese Association of Science and Technology indicated that China has growing concerns about its capacity to access know-how on a global basis. So I think this is something that we need to take into account. The reality, I would argue, is that the base conditions that surrounded the signing of the bilateral accords in 1979 have changed fundamentally. And for most of the 1980s and 1990s, the relationship was very hierarchical, very asymmetrical, and not even close to parity in science and technology. This is no longer the case. And if you look at China's 11th, 12th, and 13th five-year plans for science and technology, one can see a dramatic shift away from a passive, reactive China to a much more assertive China. Gone is the hierarchy, gone is the asymmetry, and gone is the lack of parity. And America, I think, and this is a problem for us, is that we were fixated on China largely as a developing country and as an innovation laggard. And there were articles written in the Harvard Business Review about why China can't innovate. And then all of a sudden, the perception shifted 180 degrees, and now China is all of a sudden perceived as an innovation juggernaut. And under the conditions that we find ourselves in today, basically, the reality is that, as Paul has indicated, the science and technology agreements that were signed back in 1979 have become obsolete. And they no longer fully are functional in terms of documents that are needed to guide science and technology cooperation going forward. Now, this has also spilled over into the education sphere in terms of research collaboration between universities, scholarly exchanges, research cooperation, which were also once foundational elements in the bilateral relationship, are now also under a cloud. And Chinese faculty, especially in STEM fields, are apprehensive about engaging with their Chinese counterparts in the PRC. And the China Initiative, of course, did not help this. And it's created tremendous trepidation about all connections between American universities and their counterparts in China. And American universities that receive money from DOD or DOE or NIH, they all feel nervous that if they get too close to China, they put in jeopardy that funding that they receive from these agencies. And in many cases, that's a lot of money. All of this suggests to me that what we need a new overarching agreement that reflects a set of new base conditions that surround science and technology cooperation. Let's call it Sino-U.S. S&T Cooperation 2.0. The new agreement has to be the product of not just government negotiation, but also a broad array of all the stakeholders that have now become an integral part of the science and technology relationship between the two countries. And while the government-to-government agreement is very important, we also must realize that S&T cooperation with universities, with corporations, with think tanks has far outpaced the activities that are covered by the bilateral S&T agreement. So we really need something to reflect where we are today and not something that was developed 40 years ago when we think about a different China. I want to make one more comment about talent before I conclude. I'm afraid to say that we also may be finding ourselves at the beginning of what I would call a talent war with China. We know that many Chinese American scholars right now, postdocs, etc., are beginning to seriously consider returning back to China because of the harsh conditions that they face in the U.S. And many, has been documented, have encountered suspicion, racism, and added monitoring about their activities, formal and informal restrictions, leading them to think about whether the United States is still the right place for them. And I'll give you today in the press, there was a great example. A woman, Yan Ning, who's a biologist at Princeton, has announced that she will be leaving Princeton to join a new medical academy in Shenzhen. She's a Princeton PhD. She's a member of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, and she's going back to start this new institute in China. I think that this is the kind of thing that's going to provide some distress. It's already the talk among U.S. university administrators about what they need to do to make sure they retain the confidence and the trust of their Chinese American faculty. So where is all this headed? Again, as you look forward, I too believe if you don't mention Taiwan in this discussion, basically you don't understand really what's at stake. And the Pelosi visit and the follow-up visits by other people from Congress really have added a great deal of damage to the chance that even S&T cooperation can be restored. And we saw, for example, China's reaction in terms of our cooperation on climate change, something which is very important to China, increasingly important. And so China has now really, has some skin in the game when it makes that kind of decision. Add to that the shift away, or at least the perceived shift away from strategic ambiguity, and we have a real game changer in multiple respects. So I would suggest that clearly words like trust, confidence, meaningful communication, they're all missing in terms of the current state of not only the overall bilateral relationship, but also they're leaving the possibilities for reigniting any kind of good S&T cooperation very, very uncertain in the short to medium term. And this is going to be very problematic because this is precisely the time when China's S&T resources have reached a level where the idea or concept of mutual benefit can actually have some meaning, and that there's a lot to gain from working with our Chinese counterparts in multiple areas. We know about climate change. I would add to that list global health, clean energy, and finding a cure for cancer, and addressing brain-related problems like the onset of Alzheimer's disease. Both the U.S. and China have major brain study initiatives. They would be an ideal target for kind of restoring some kind of trust that doesn't necessarily get us into these dangerous areas. I would argue that any kind of new 2.0 agreement like the one I'm suggesting has to reflect greater symmetry, lesser hierarchy, and more parity between the two countries. It means more U.S. acceptance of Chinese participation in international science and technology governance, and greater Chinese compliance with the rules as they now exist. And we've heard about, and I've mentioned Chinese rule breaking. China has to become a more responsible, I'll use an old term, responsible stakeholder. We also need to establish a new consortium kind of arrangement to govern university to university research relations that will map out a kind of new rules of the road for proceeding ahead. And so again, we can deal with issues like IP protection, et cetera. I think in the final analysis, China needs to continue to forge ahead with its reform and opening up to continue to attract U.S. business, U.S. academia, and the United States must agree to some kind of softening of these policies if and when the relationship does move in a more positive direction. Could this happen in the next week or the next month? Not very likely. As U.S. China watchers are assessing the content of the 20th Party Congress and the new leadership team that has been put in place, there are some changes that might hold some cause for optimism. As Chung Lee from Brookings Institute has suggested, the good news seems to be that there are a large number of persons with strong science and technology backgrounds in senior positions of authority in the new leadership, especially people who have come from the space and aerospace sectors. We can only hope that these people, working with their U.S. counterparts, that they can find common ground and begin to understand how to work together. We must remember that U.S.-China S&T cooperation is not only important for the two countries, but also for the world, because there's no S&T related global problem whose meaningful solution will not require close U.S.-China collaboration. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks. That's a lot of recommendations that both government probably will ignore in the coming month.
Thanks very much.
We're going to open this up. I think we do have a live audience over here. So if any of you have any questions for any of the speakers here, as for Dennis, you can go ahead and ask, and I'll monitor the Q&A over here. And if you have questions for each other, just get started. So go ahead, Sora.
Yeah, I have a question for Paul. Paul, put yourself in the shoe of Xi Jinping in the context of the October 7th order. Mm-hmm. What would your recommendations be to the Chinese government and what they should do and should not do in response?
Wow, you put me on the spot there. Well, I think we've already seen a little bit of the initial response, which has been mostly focusing on the domestic industry and sort of doubling down on support for so-called hard or core technologies like semiconductors, We've seen some regional governments like in Shenzhen come up with plans for investing in semiconductors. So I think that the challenge is it's sort of like the U.S. You know, you want to run faster, of course, but then in this case, what does China do to trip the other guy? To use Bill's comment there, and we've been telling clients, of course, for the last 2 or 3 years, there are no good choices from the Chinese side, and they've been very forbearant, arguably, in terms of responding because they don't want to further poison the business climate in China, right? And so going after U.S. companies, they have some symmetric tools, for example, like the unreliable entities list and the anti-foreign sanctions law, but they've chosen not to use those. It's possible that those could be dusted off and rolled out in this case, but I think they're going to be very cautious. They're going to first assess what the real damage is here, because these rules are complicated. They're not going to have an impact right away. There'll be some short-term impact, for example, on companies like YMTC, which is probably, you know, has already probably told Chinese officials that its very existence is in jeopardy. But it'll take time to assess what the alternatives are. Are there workarounds to these things? And then there's the longer-term issue of the cutting off of things like GPUs. That's going to take time to impact the Chinese ecosystem. So in that sense, I agree with Bill that the intent of those controls is narrow. The problem is are those broader issues are going to take time to manifest. And so the Chinese government is going to have to carefully assess that and determine what's an appropriate response, either symmetrically or, as some have discussed, asymmetrically, reaching for these other tools like rare earths or EV battery supply chain materials, for example, where Chinese companies are very dominant. But those come also with their own challenges and their own dangers in terms of you know, commodity markets and impacting that. So I think the bottom line is there's no really good choices. So I think the response will be evolving over time. It will be careful. It will involve some internal directives, for example, to companies to reduce their dependence even more on U.S. Supply chains. But I do think at some point after the U.S. midterms and after the Biden-Xi meeting at the G20 in Bali, for example, in mid-November, there will be some more public response to this, and again, that's going to take some careful form that the Chinese government will want to appear that this is a symmetric response and not a broad response to the U.S., but a very narrow and tailored response that will you know, be sort of seen as symmetric and not you know, too broad.
I have a question for you, Cole. So you mentioned that some of the policies of the U.S. government is self-hurting. You know, to what extent is going to hurt U.S. companies, their investment capability to innovate, you know, down the road, that they will coalesce and try to persuade the federal government to liberalize or relax, or, you know, just come into a framework so that there will be normal competition between the two parts.
There was early discussions about business community in the U.S. doesn't seem to be speaking up as actively as you might expect. Where is Biden similar to Trump? Doesn't believe in tariffs as much as Trump does. But Biden's middle class strategy for foreign policy is a strategy which basically said, I'm not so interested in the views of Wall Street or Silicon Valley. Okay, I'm interested in manufacturing middle America. And that's similar with Trump. So the power centers, either in Silicon Valley or power centers in New York, aren't as influential in a Trump and in a Biden administration either, as they were in a Trump because of this middle class focus. If you go back a couple of years when there's discussion about restricting high-tech exports to China for what we see today, the unofficial message came out that who objected to this within the administration or didn't like it? And the answer was Department of Defense. Ironically, you wouldn't have expected that. You would have expected them to be more pro-security. And the answer was they realized that there are major companies producing the kinds of high-tech equipment that the Defense Department needs. If they suffered a loss in revenues, would not be able to invest and develop. So they basically made the case that these kind of policies actually weaken America's military capacity in the future. We're talking about long-term vis-a-vis the short-term. And so that's why I'm talking about the growth rates. America's economy is heavily dependent upon innovation technology. China's economy is not actually. It's still very much a $12,000 economy. We are a $60,000 economy. And whereas the control of intellectual property the key? The answer is control of intellectual property. So Apple survives from control of intellectual property. Apple doesn't manufacture anything. It controls the distribution, finance, and distribution. But Foxconn actually controls the manufacturing process. So this push for semiconductors is the same issue. Do you want to control the intellectual property of semiconductors? And the answer is you do. And America does. So America has influence. But should America actually manufacture it? My view actually is American companies, even Intel, will financially be worse off in the future. For the same reason Apple decided not to manufacture it. They're better off putting the money into intellectual property. So that's the US issue. And the next point I want to make is the fundamental problem we have right now is that when you mix security and technology and military, you have a no-win solution. And when you try to talk about both sides trusting each other, that's not going to happen. So that's why we're all basically saying we got a problem here. So the issue is, how do you deal with a commercial or economically important issue, which is retarding both sides, where neither side trusts each other? And the answer is, it's not going to happen because the military, the political leaders on either side are not going to be able to talk to each other. So we do have examples of how you deal with this, actually. One is the nuclear proliferation agreement. You don't trust the other side in nuclear proliferation.
Verify.
You have to verify. But both sides realize that if they don't do this, both sides are worse off. They spend a lot of money for something which is waste, but they don't trust each other. Same thing is going to happen with technology, in my view, particularly for military purposes. You're going to have a system which basically says, most of our semiconductors, the same ones that goes into a rocket, the same ones that goes into your vacuum cleaner. We're not going to try to curb the production of vacuum cleaners because we're worried about something that goes into a rocket, which is a very small percentage. We have to be able to figure out a way of making this available and controlling the issue about security. The other aspect is partnerships in areas where we feel like we have a problem. 5G is the biggest example. What should Huawei do, actually? It cannot gain the confidence of the American and Western public. I don't think there's any way they could persuade Western governments to trust Huawei's equipment. Huawei should partner with Nokia. It should say to Nokia, let us go into a European country. We'll provide the 5G equipment, but the key sensitive components, which have data or security concerns, you take responsibility for. I, China, have the capacity to scale up and do various things much cheaper than you could possibly do. But no one's going to trust me. So let's try to see whether we can provide 5G services at an economical cost and allay security concerns. Because otherwise, governments won't be able to. Leaders cannot do this. So we don't have enough of that. Whether science and technology is the same issue, whether it's climate change or medicine or vaccines, you have a potential way of saying, let's find a way of getting around this suspicion and strike a partnership in addressing something to show that it can be done. So we have to either have international agreements or partnerships which basically address this, because politically, neither the democratic process in the US or the authoritarian process in China can actually deal with each other on these issues. And that's why we continue running into this problem. Neither side can trust each other, we can't get anywhere.
So do you think this approach is going to work? You know, you mentioned about civil military dual use technology that US will continue to export them, but want to verify that this is not going to end up, you know, building China's supersonic missiles. You know, is that feasible or not feasible?
Well, they're moving down a road that I think will make that impossible for them to do that. But I want to first I want to go back and, you know, the issue of companies came up, and I just wanted to add first that it sort of begins with public opinion. And there's been an extraordinary change in US public opinion about China. In 2011, 53% of the American people had a favorable view of China. Earlier this year, 82% of the American people had an unfavorable view of China. That's an extraordinary change in public opinion in a relatively short time. Most of it occurring over the last 5 or 6 years. Politicians have followed suit in both parties. You can see that all the time. And in a way, businesses followed suit. You know, they probably still believe in constructive engagement, to use a term that came up before. They've all stopped talking about it. And because they've stopped talking about it, the entire debate, the public debate, has shifted to the right. And the voices of moderation, if you will, have really stopped. And the debate is entirely over how tough can we be. That creates a climate in which I think it's going to be very difficult to do what you're suggesting. The way our export control policy is evolving, it's evolving in a direction where in a direction of blanket controls and without the refinement that you just suggested. And the consequence will be exactly what Yukon said, which is what the Department of Defense is worried about, which is if you're going to start doing things to cut off company revenue streams, basically you're kneecapping your own guys, and it will make them harder. It'll make it harder for us to run faster. Actually, that's kind of no pun intended, but it would have that effect. And that's what I think we're worried about. Paul is right. In the short term, this will be limited. But if you're going to cap the technology level more or less permanently, or at least as long as this administration is in office, then exactly what you're concerned about is going to come true. And because of the civil military fusion issue, we're not going to be able to deal with it in a very constructive way. So I think this is not heading in a happy direction for anybody, I don't think.
Can I just make a comment on this? Because as Bill knows, Bill's been around a while and he knows the old export control regimes. What we tried to do, we sold a big computer to China from Honeywell, and then we put it in a black box building, and there was a lock on the door, and there were U.S. investigators from the Commerce and Defense Department sent out to make sure that the Chinese didn't access the computer at night when no one was around. And we had all these kinds of crazy things that were put into effect that clearly just weren't working and didn't make much sense. So at some point, the U.S. government decided to bite the bullet and said, either we trust these guys or we don't. And we trust them to this degree, then to this degree. And then up until really we got to the Trump administration, the trust had been built into that relationship. And so then we got to a point where all of a sudden we made this magical list of the 10, errors that committed by the Chinese. And all of a sudden it turned everything south in the relationship. But we had understood the risk. So, for example, in end user verification, that had been done for a long while. The intelligence community used to review who the end user was. Did they have any connection? I remember visiting Sichuan University and telling them, guys, I don't know if you know this, but you're on an export control blacklist. They said, what? I said, yes, I found out, our cooperation when I was at ASU, we can't go forward because your biolab gave some microscopes, bought some microscopes that were connected to the PLA, and therefore you can no longer get this kind of equipment anymore from the United States. So we have all these kinds of things that either, we've tried before, and either we accept it or we don't. So that's just one point. The other thing I want to do is I sent Paul today a copy of a report that just came out of Fudan University. And it's a report on the semiconductor situation that China is facing. And I think I'd like to quickly highlight the four major conclusions very quickly, because I think it gives us a perspective of what at least some contingent inside of China is thinking. This is done by two professors who have some experience in the ICT sector. I think Paul knows one from his work on the Track 2 dialogue in cyber, etc. So the four points they make are: one, the U.S. is making a strategic mistake in channeling most of its energy into outdoing China in the semiconductor sector. Semiconductors constitute only a small part of the U.S.-China rivalry, point one. Point two, U.S. chip manufacturing capacity lags far behind that of most of East Asia. The CHIPS Act is unlikely to provide enough funding and incentives to change that situation. Three, U.S. allies will not be willing to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of America's interests. And four, China has the financial firepower and the unrivaled capacity for government industry coordination and absolute determination, that's their word, to accelerate the development of its own chip industry, come what may. So, the Chinese haven't surrendered. You know what I mean? They haven't surrendered. And there is a possibility out there, and I'll just hang that out there, that we could be deceiving ourselves in what could happen in China, and we could be awaiting a major technological surprise that's coming. Because before we used to think the Chinese can't innovate. We proved that that's not right. They can innovate. The question was only when, not if. And they've engaged, particularly since about 2012, in reforms and changes in the S&T sector that have altered the environment in the research setting. And that's why we've got this now China innovation juggernaut picture emerging, because I think the performance of the R&D sector is dramatically improved. Now, whether Xi Jinping has short-circuited by attacking some of the tech sector, or whether he's now shifted his thinking about how China is going to gain, he doesn't like e-commerce companies. He likes hardware companies. He likes to kick the tires and make sure that there's something there. But the whole question is that, there is these changes going on, and I think it would be a dramatic mistake if we think, now we got them by the balls and they're not going to go anywhere. I think that we got to be really careful here.
Can I just make a quick intervention there? I agree with much of what Dennis said. I think, again, from a company perspective, which I think Bill and I have been trying to bring here, there's a couple issues. One is that, there is this concern now that because of some of these controls, China is going to pursue an R&D, for example, and not publicize it. And there's already evidence that there's a lot of projects going on in China in areas like semiconductors, where probably you won't hear much about it, because the concern is if they make too big of a deal of it, that it will be a target, or could come under some of these export controls. For example, Chinese companies announcing, for example, over the last year, the performance of their GPUs are now affected by the new rules, for example, because those performance levels are the same as the NVIDIA A100s, for example. So there's going to be a lot of driving of China's R&D in certain sensitive sectors sort of underground. And then the U.S. companies won't have a sense of, for example, of where some of those R&D efforts are going and the competition they may face. That's one thing. The second thing is, I think U.S. companies, would love to get back to some engagement on these key issues that were, for example, part of the trade discussions in 2018 and 2019. None of those things have gone away, right? And these things like subsidies and forced technology transfer, et cetera, and market access, these are still huge issues for U.S. companies. But it's really hard now to see any path back to those heady days, for example, of May 2019, when we were on the verge of a trade agreement that did include market access, for example, for cloud services. And so that's one of the issues that we haven't even used the word CPTPP, or haven't heard that word ushered. But in 2023, China will be pursuing accession to the CPTPP, as will Taiwan, right? And so that, and for the countries in Asia, for example, and companies in Asia, they would love to see both the U.S. and China and Taiwan in CPTPP, because that sets a very high bar around a lot of issues that are of concern to companies, and originally was viewed, of course, by the U.S. as a sort of centerpiece of a pivot to Asia, and with the idea of setting a high bar, and that China would be in a position at some point to meet. And so that's, those kinds of, the fact that we're so far from being able to conceive of either the U.S. or China in CPTPP, and trying to move towards policies and internal and structural issues, towards some better arrangement that benefits, again, companies on both sides and in the region in terms of competition, is really, I think, something we need to think about. But 2023 will be a year when those issues come to the fore again. There'll be a re-debate about, the U.S. posture on CPTPP. Right now, it's impossible to politically to think of a movement there. But China will push forward with its accession. Singapore has already said that, and other countries in Asia have said that they generally support China's accession, for example. And so I think that's going to be something to watch in 2023. But again, that's going to require some change in the U.S.-China relationship, to a point where that there would be any kind of serious discussion related to trade and to sort of the digital economy, for example. Again, which U.S. companies all very much care about, having clearer rules there, and seeing more U.S. government engagement on the constructive side of that equation.
I think China probably will have to reverse all its coercive actions against Australia before it can join. Actually, I was going to ask all three of you to respond to Dennis to end our session. I think with the thought that space industry is as decoupled as possible between the US and China. So China's space industry continued to make substantial progress. So with that in mind, you mentioned the retarding China's chip industry high tech. So what will be the end game with the US imposing all these sanctions how does U.S. answer to China's criticism? You're proposing market economy, but what you're doing is also what application of the China playbook is, statist approach, to R&D, and this is not rule-based international order. This is you're trying to trip the other side. So, Bill first, and you go on if you have additional thought to add. Then we'll wrap it up.
Well, I think we've been long about this for a long time. I remember in 2000, when I was leaving the government, I attended a conference on this subject. The topic was, what would the Chinese economy look like in 20 years, which means 2 years ago. And the group very quickly devolved into two factions. One that said they would be the world's most efficient producer of other people's stuff. And the minority that argued, no, they'll turn into the innovation corner and they'll be the world's most efficient producer of their own stuff. That was not the prevailing view. The first view was the view that prevailed, but I think that it's turned out to be wrong. I think they pretty consistently met or exceeded a lot of their technological goals, and have done so faster than we expected. They've wasted an enormous amount of money in the process, but that's their system, and they've had the money to waste. I think at CSIS we have Scott Kennedy follows this very closely and just got back from China, and I think he would be less optimistic than he would not agree with everything I just said, and would say that they are more significantly behind us than one might think, and may very well remain that way. And I'm inclined to think that we've underestimated them before, and I hope we don't continue to underestimate.
The comment I make is, if you look at China today compared to 10, 15 years ago, and you look at the innovation technology progress, it's not uniform. There's some areas where China has been very successful and some that have not. So a critical question is, what differentiates areas where they've been successful from ones they have not? Now, in certain areas, what you see is there's inherent advantages that Western countries and companies have that China cannot duplicate. Vaccines is one of them. Why is it China cannot make an effective COVID vaccine? Because the medical research and engagement and exchange of information intrinsic in the Western system is not in China, so they can't compete. So how come China can make a good electric vehicles, but they can't make a good combustion car? How come China can make high-speed rail, but can't do something else? Okay,
like a plane.
Okay. How come China can make a lot of progress in artificial intelligence and be world-class very quickly, but not in other areas? And the answer is that there are certain areas where the advantages are not worldwide and long, and China can catch up through sheer application of efforts, but there is they cannot duplicate. And then you have to ask the question, now you have the semiconductors. Does that change the ability of China to succeed in areas where they've recently been very successful? The answer is, in some areas, yes. In other areas, not. So it's not a uniform answer to this question. The other point I'd like to make is China going to open up and try to engage? And the answer, in my view, of course, is it's very hard to do that with the United States, given what we have. China's going to concentrate on other countries where it feels like it has greater potential, even though those countries also have a lot of problems. So you're going to see a much more whole-scale engagement with Europe, for example, because Europe has differentiated itself slightly, even though Europe has also moved a lot to the United States. And even within the region, whether it's in Australia or Vietnam or South Korea, you're going to see a fundamental change in China's policies. But they've probably, in my view, given up on the U.S. because the political situation in the U.S., whether it's Democrat or Republican, suggests that there's not any possibility to make much headway.
So, Paul, if China gives up on the U.S., what's next for the U.S.?
Well, I think give up, it depends what you mean by that. I mean, just looking at semiconductors, they're still going to be importing $400 billion worth of semiconductors a year, right? So even though there are these controls that have been put in place, China will still be a huge consumer of U.S. technology, including semiconductors. Probably what we'll see is an increased focus on mature semiconductor production, because that's sort of where they're stuck, if the line is going to be drawn around advanced semiconductors. And then the question will be, what part of the global semiconductor supply chain does China try to recreate in China? And is there enough money and talent and technology to do that? And that's sort of where we are now. But that's a huge question. And that will also depend on things like allies going along with the U.S. controls, for example, and sort of how China adjust internally to this new reality. I mean, the idea that government-directed state plan development of an industry like semiconductors can succeed at one level is sort of risible, right? I mean, it's a very market-driven sector, and you can't sort of mandate innovation, and you can't mandate those complicated relationships and trust relationships that develop between producers and customers and tool makers, for example. And so China faces a really uphill battle in that sense, in terms of trying to recreate what has taken 30 or 40 years to develop things like, and again, Taiwan, TSMC is a good example. That didn't happen overnight. That we woke up one morning and TSMC was building 90% of the world's most advanced semiconductors. That took a long time to happen, and it was the result of a lot of complicated factors that will be really difficult to duplicate in China, for example. And so I think the leadership in Beijing has to think about how they respond, based on the earlier question, how they respond to these sort of short-term, significant measures the U.S. has taken in terms of export controls, but how they think about the industry going forward. And it gets back to a question I think Michael Swain raised earlier: does China want to be part of the world order here? And how do they do that? And semiconductors are a good example where there is sort of a semiconductor international order. And how does China play in that? Or does China try to do it alone? And I think we're sort of it's going to be a mixed bag, and it won't be one thing or the other, because there's no way that they can recreate the whole global supply chain in China.
Dennis, since you stayed up so late, so you're going to get a reward by becoming the last speaker. But before you do that, the question here is, I read a political report last night, to be prepared for today is, I agree with Dawei and the others that China wants to stay in the system. Now, Dennis, as you're someone who spent years in China, decades of, looking at relationship, what does China needs to do to gain some level of trust from this system that they want to be part, but those who are in the system, who are founders of this system, defenders of this system, they want to push China off the train. What does China needs to do? Maybe 1, 2, 3 things so that the conductor will say, well, you're allowed to stay in the train for a little bit longer time. If you don't behave, you're going to be pushed off the train. So you're the 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then we wrap it up.
Sure. Okay. So I'll just go 1, 2, 3. First one is obviously IP protection. That has to be at the top of the list, no matter what list we have. Number 2, I think that it has to open up access. I think the reciprocal access is very important. There's a general sense that the playing field is not level, and they get to come here and we don't get to go there. And I think that that's a second part of this. And second and third of all, I think that we need to define, as we've just discussed, some project or projects where we can establish the conditions for building that trust. So something in which, if it went south, the ramifications wouldn't be so great. But if we're successful, we could have an impact not only for the both countries, but also would reverberate even more broadly. I think we need to identify some confidence building, trust building actions where we can show quick wins, in other words. Otherwise, I think I think Bill's point about the public opinion in the United States, it really is, for those of us who've been in this game a long time, it is shocking that 83% or 82% of Americans have this negative view of China. I think that, I don't know if it's chicken and the egg, where, whether the politicians drove the public opinion or the public got this feeling and drove the politicians. But I think that the fact that it's reached that level means that somehow some of the messages that we among ourselves are communicating are not making it into the public domain. And I think they're really, my view has now become really strong, that the Beltway-itis, that within the Beltway, if you don't play the game, you get locked out of the system. I think that we need to get some more openness of ideas in Washington so that we don't get this groupthink and everyone's marching down the same road, because I think we're in real danger. I call it driving off the cliff. And not knowing that we've reached the end of the road. I think we're about to drive off a cliff, and that we're not going to be happy with the result that we get.
I think our audience will appreciate all of you for alerting us that we're getting very close to that cliff on that note. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu, for always being very trained this great panel discussion. I would like to thank all the panelists and also speakers from the first panel and the keynote dialogue for your great support to like us 2022 annual conference. I would like to recall, as Dr. mentioned this morning, he expressed a hope that through this annual conference, we're going to first some fresh ideas or solution to many problems that U.S. and China face today in terms of bilateral relations. I'm not quite sure whether I have achieved that goal today, but what I can promise, and ICAS as an independent think tank with a focus on China-U.S. relations for academic and research, we will continue our role as a think tank to promote greater collaboration and also mutual understanding between the two countries through our work on facilitate exchange of ideas and also working with our American colleagues and Chinese colleagues on many of the research topics that's in our agenda. Thank you very much. And thank you to our ICAS and colleagues as well for your great support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, from Beijing.
Thank you.
Hope to see you next year.
Sweet dreams.
Get some sleep.
So you really think the government's totally ignored my suggestion, huh?
You're there, you just need to make it emphatic that you have to listen to me, otherwise the sky is going to fall.
And I will say, I agree that public opinion definitely follows elite opinion. Academic studies show this. So I don't buy the idea that public opinion is somehow suddenly negative on China because it's
Right,
not
no, I
happening
think-
in a vacuum. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah. I agree.
We can argue on that one, but
Thanks.
Thank you. I gotta get going.
Thanks.
I gotta go. Thanks a lot. I got plans.